We take the step out on our yes and watch. Only when we step out does the bridge begin to appear.
There is a powerful healer and soul stirrer.
Your wings are big enough to hold everyone in them.
It just like goes right to the core of whatever your challenge is and how to rise above it.
More wealth, more health, more vitality, more.
Right, you work with people in such a genuine, heartfelt way.
The energy that really empowers you is love, but when you see it getting back everybody like this, there's no limit. So that each and every one of us become the pure, clear channels of that divine destiny of greatness, so that we live a legendary life and leave a lasting legacy.
There is a teacher for whose time has come.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Let me just make sure people are getting in the room here. We have a lot of people coming in. Funny little, let me just mute you all right now. Funny little new thing to deal with in this AI age is every single person has their AI assistant joining this meeting with us. So that's very interesting. So just take a moment, take a breath, as lots of people are still entering the room. As I just take a moment to look around, I always like to slow down and really take all of your beautiful faces, your visage, your energy. And I encourage everybody to turn on your cameras, at least sometimes, and at least in the beginning, so you can be seen. And so I can see you as I move through all the pages, just conferring a silent blessing. So just turn on your cameras as long as you have a shirt on. The clothing optional version of this is a VIP level. So if you didn't sign up for the VIP level, you gotta have that shirt on. And I invite you all also just to post in the chat where you're coming from and what your intention is. And also just to look around and see who you're with. Get a lot of folks are still coming in. We had many thousands of people signing up. So just take a moment and look around and feel the field that you're in and that you're cultivating. I'll have a lot of words to say today, but the field that we're in is the most important part. And look in the chat, all the places we're coming from. Canada, lots of places in the US, lots of places in Canada, Argentina, Slovenia, Finland, Costa Rica. We have a network, Switzerland, Mexico, Chile, Sweden. Going so fast, I can't even read them all. But we have a net of people, of light all over the world. And just notice that and just feel that. I'm going to invite you throughout this call today to not just receive the information, but to be available to real transformation. And yes, there's going to be some practical things and steps to do. But one of the things that makes this awakened wealth work is that it's a combination and an integration of transformation, a little woo-woo, a little yoo-hoo, a little aha, a little ha-ha. I'm the wizard of ahas and the wizard of ha-has sometimes. So, but it's all connected to this field. Austria, just looking at the chat, lots of Sweden and Austria and Switzerland, where all of our secret offshore bank accounts are being held. Speaking of wealth, Nigeria, Los Angeles. So let's just take a moment and set the tone here. And I know many of you have been here before, but a lot of you haven't. Some of you know me, some of you are seeing me the first time and already thinking this guy's a little crazy. What have I got myself into? That's okay. We'll be all fast friends by the end of this call. And if I'm a little silly and a little cuckoo, just know that levity is one of the indications, lightness is one of the indications of freedom and abundance. We even have people from the country of Texas, its own country. So just take a moment now. Welcome to the 4 Hidden Wealth Secrets of History's Greatest Changemakers. I just invite you to close your eyes if you can. Still lots of people showing up, posting in the chat. And take a nice breath into the back of your heart. And exhale all residue of the past. Just feel yourself letting go of the past. Understand the past is just a memory. You have no past. You've never been to the past. It's a memory, a mental concept. It has no power over this moment. Breathe and let it go. Feel yourself dropping down more into now, into your body, into your breath. And breathe into the front of the heart. And exhale any concern for the future, even the next moment. And understand that there is no future. You'll never get to a future. It's a fantasy, a mental concept, another wall of the matrix of our mind. And now breathe into both the front and the back of your heart. And release even what you call the present conditions, present circumstances, the present storyline. Understanding that even the present is really just imagination. It's a projection of the past. It's a coagulation of previous thinking. Even what you call the present condition is an effect of past thinking. It's like the wake of a boat. It's the evidence that the engine of thinking has been there. But just like the wake of a boat does not drive the boat, your present condition, which is the effect of past thinking, is not driving your life. It is not driving your future. Not past memory, not future fantasy, and not present conditions or imagination. Memory plus fantasy, creating a story, a simulation in the mind that we have become trapped inside, hypnotized. Please know and please surrender to the truth that none of this has power. None of this is determining your life. Go ahead and mute yourself.
I hope they don't chase me out just yet. I hope they don't chase me out. They do that, don't they? Well, I'm actually coming to Oi. Oh.
Derek, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. We're just trying to mute everybody here. We're having a little bit of, go through the Gideon and find the ones that are.
Lindsay, mute yourself. Lindsay, you need to mute yourself.
We're already going crazy. There we go. And Gideon, just keep checking if there's so many people that sometimes it gets a little overloaded. And so just knowing that the past, the future, and even the present conditions, even what appears to be disruptions, none of this is a power to determine our life, as we will know more deeply by the end of this call. That I, in the midst of you, am the power and the source and the substance of all creation. That we do not create as a reaction or based on conditions, but just like the Big Bang before there was nothing, no thing, but the pure potential of infinity. And then in a moment, bam, blessed and multiplied. Out of seeming nothing, everything was created. And that is the same way we are made to create. When it says in the Bible, made in the image and likeness of God, it is speaking of the fact that we have the same creative faculty to create out of seemingly nothing, no thing, but the substance of everything. And so allow yourself to drop into that intention, to that awareness, no matter what you've come from, no matter what you're facing, that right now in this holy moment, in this miracle zone, all things can be made new. All the years the locusts have eaten can be restored unto you. I will make a way where no way appears to be. These are the great promises in all the ancient texts, the great truth that all the greatest teachers and leaders and transformational individuals have ever known. No matter how dark, no matter how challenging, no matter how big the obstacle, the potential within us is infinitely more than any problem we are facing. We are going to stop telling our big problems about our little God. We're going to stop fearing what we're facing, and we're going to tell whatever we're facing, it needs to fear us, because we are the power and the creator and the cause. I am that I am. The great secret is that I, in the midst of me, am source. And we are going to learn not to lean on the resources, but to lean on and live from the source. Feel that. Feel that intention. No matter what your condition, no matter what you've been through, no matter what story is being told or has been told about you, this moment right now is Genesis. This moment right now is the new beginning. Feel that. I'm telling you what I know for sure. There is no age in the divine. There is no past. There is no history. There is no obstacle, no block, no delay, and no denial. All of life is saying, yes, you are my beloved, in whom I am well pleased, and all that I have is yours. Right now. Accept in your heart, this is your moment. This is your moment for your miracle. And no condition or situation can deny it. Take a breath and surrender to that even more fully. And if you have not already done so, post in the chat, what is your intention for being here? Feel that intention. Set that intention. And if there's any other distractions you have on, turn them off. And as you set these intentions, No, they're not just words. In this field where two or more are gathered in agreement, I am in the midst of you. There is a powerful alchemy. We really are in a miracle field. Searching video. Please mute yourself. Apologize for that, guys. For some reason, Zoom's not letting me mute everybody. If you can hear my voice, please mute yourself. Thank you. So now I know many of you are probably new here, as I said before. Many of you might be meeting me for the first time, and some of you have been engaging in the books and the videos, and we've seen so many of the comments and emails coming in. So many people have already had amazing breakthroughs already. And for those of you that have already been engaged and watching some of the videos and reading the books, my invitation to you is listen again for the first time. Because this material isn't just meant to be heard once. It deepens the more you work on it. It transforms you from the inside out. So don't fall into the trap of the I know mind. All right? Stay open and available, even if you've heard it, because you haven't learned anything until you're living it. And I'm also going to be sharing new things, obviously, today, weaving things together and talking about how you can take all of these life-changing principles and concepts that I have learned over the last 20 years that has transformed my life in amazing ways and helped me overcome tragedies and obstacles that I never thought were possible, as well as to help thousands of people around the world to launch their life's work, to fill their practices, to get dream homes, to get out of debt, and to manifest millions of dollars. So whatever is your currency, whatever is your need of abundance, whether it's a healing or a job or more actual wealth or the launching of your dream purpose, as abundance is unlocked and activated, it flows into the form and the mold of your unique soul pattern. And it can change your life permanently, okay? So I'm going to be sharing a lot of these things, but one of the key things I'm going to talk about today, and I want you to be listening for, is that all of the tools and the tips and the principles and the ideas, it's not just about information, right? It's about transformation. It's about an activation and a transmission. And if you listen and you are open and you are ready and you are willing, you can have your breakthrough today. And I want to also just say, I won't go into this too deep today, I don't think, but we are in a very, very interesting time, a very disrupting time. I have a new book coming out in January called A Whole New Human, and it's all about how we must evolve to survive and thrive in this AI, high-tech, low-touch world that is unfolding, that's going to disrupt entire economies, disrupt and eliminate all manner of jobs, including many of the things that we do here: coaches, teachers, authors, transformational leaders, etc. It's going to do everything a human can do better, faster, cheaper, but it will never be able to do you uniquely and intimately. And if you are tapped into this source that we're going to talk about, and you are able to activate that wealth and abundance generating capacity that is your birthright, what I can tell you for sure is no matter what happens in the world, no matter what happens in the economy, no matter what happens with your job or whatever, you will be able to manifest all of your needs abundantly and sometimes miraculously, no matter what's going on in the world. Who wants that? Who's ready to get off the treadmill of thinking I have to wait for the conditions to be right, or thinking that because they don't validate me or they don't like me or I've been judged or rejected or whatever, that I can't have my good, that I can't express my dreams? Who here wants to get off of that particular wheel and a false belief permanently? Yes? Yeah, I see a lot of yeses. Okay. That's the promise here. And this is not hyperbole.
Yeah.
Okay. The promise here is that when you understand this principle, hold on a second. Let me just double check the mute thing. When you understand this principle, then you can really and truly create your life no matter what conditions you're facing or what you've been through. Okay, so we're talking about wealth and abundance, but what we're going to be unpacking more today, like I have been over the videos, is that the first step is to understand that wealth and abundance is not where you think it is, and it's not what you think it is. And that's really the fundamental misunderstanding at the root of most lack, conflict, and struggle. But again, when you understand the true nature, source, and substance of wealth, of abundance, you will never run out of it, ever, because it's infinite and it's right here, right now. It's not material, as I'm going to talk about. It's not the dollars and the crypto and the stocks and the bonds and whoever you think is the source of it, your husband, your wife, your parents, the government. That's the big lie that has been pulled over us. And those who catch this truth and have caught this truth and aligned with it, what I call, what I've been talking about, the greatest change makers in history, maybe those you don't even know by name, they've been able to manifest their destiny and change the course of history or just their family legacy. And those who haven't have either been their employees or worse, their servants, right? So again, when you get this, you're going to join the ranks of those that are able to unlock it, alchemize it, and transmute it into everything you need, and no longer be an employee merely, no longer be a servant or even a slave to the world's agendas. Again, can I get an amen? Who wants that? Right? Yes, that's right. Is it Detrella or Detrell? I see you going, yes. Come on, girl. We have a revival up in here. So it doesn't matter, again, what you've been through when you understand this process. And when you understand, and I want you to listen for this, and I'm going to really break it down, not just the right ingredients, but the right order and sequence of those, right? If you were trying to bake a cake and you put the ingredients in the wrong order, you get a pancake. And that's what some people are struggling with. It's like, I'm doing these visualizations, I'm doing these things, but it's not working. So it's about the right ingredients, but it's also about in the right order. Okay. Whether again, that's about your abundance for you is money, or it's getting out of debt, or it's increasing income, or growing a business, getting more clients, attracting your ideal mate, improving a current, whatever it is. I've seen people heal unhealable things in their body. I've seen people living in their car on 30 some prescriptions alone and even suicidal after going through this process and this work and really catching it, getting off all the prescriptions, getting engaged, getting a home, and literally living a life that they didn't even know was possible. That's what's possible when the substance of real abundance is unimpeded through you, is able to flow through you. And again, I really want you to understand, I know you've heard a lot of stuff out there. We're all a little bit jaded, but that this is not theory. I want to also just share something really personal and vulnerable that I wasn't necessarily going to share today. I've been having an experience the last few days. Really, it's an ongoing experience, but especially the last 3 days, and especially last night when I was thinking about this call today. And I have a lot that I want to say to you. I have bullet points and I have a lot of ideas, but I just want you to know that I was in prayer last night, and I was just in tears, and my heart was just cracking open. And it was a combination of grief and what I really realized when I tapped into it was that it was grief, yes, and it was sadness, yes. But what it really was there was so much love, the love that's trying to move through, that it was just kind of breaking my heart open, like tearing a muscle when you work out, so that more love can come through. And this work again is not theory to me. I not only have I manifested millions and all the stuff, all the baubles, homes and adventure and books and movies and all kinds of success, but I really also want you to know that I've been through some of the most dire conditions. Some of you know this, many of you do not. But, I went through a divorce after 23 years that rocked my world and shattered me. I lost my son. and it annihilated me. And I had a fortune stolen from me. And some people jump out of windows when they experience that kind of loss. But as a result of that, because of these principles and because of this practice, when I was broken into a million pieces, I didn't fall apart. More of my potential began to fall together. I was broken open. And I remember one day I was walking and this voice came in and said, when the form that holds your love is shattered, it is not lost, it is liberated. And when the form that holds your life is shattered, it is not lost, it is liberated. And I saw, and I want you to see, that all the things we've lost, all the challenges we've had, they didn't break us. They are breaking down the barriers and the limitations of our limited concepts of who we are and what is possible, so that more life, more light, more love, more of the inexhaustible abundance can flow through you. Okay? So I've been through all of that, and as a result, I'm more open, more available. And my greatest desire is for you to feel so loved and so held and so seen and so known that you remember who you really are. That's the bottom line. Because we've been hypnotized to believe we're separate and we're beggars sitting on a box on the side of the road asking for something. But if you open the box and look inside, it's filled with treasure. So this is not theory. And so don't just hear the words I'm saying, but try to listen to what I'm hearing. Tap into the field today. And I promise you, as you get this, your life will be transformed. And again, I've manifested all of the goodies, but more than that, I've been able to experience a level of freedom and fulfillment and a trust in a greater reality that no matter what comes my way, I'm bigger and the source within me is bigger and it can handle it. And that's what I want you to know, because I know a lot of you are struggling, right? Some of you are in the midst of one of these challenges or tragedies, or you've never fully gotten over it. And so I want you to know this is for you. This is your opportunity. You're bigger than your challenges, your traumas, your problems, your obstacles. You really are the source of inexhaustible good. And in studying all the greatest leaders in history from all the major domains, I've found a few core principles and practices that I'm going to share with you today that have allowed them to break through, to overcome, despite massive challenges and setbacks, against all odds. So again, lest you think I'm special or they're special, there is no such thing. As it says in the Bible, God is no respecter of persons. Its rain falls on the just and the unjust. Its sun shines on the saint and the sinner. Look around, and all the greatest good you see, you're seeing a reflection of you. And so that's the first big secret, is that these individuals, they knew they were the source of their life. And as they began to know that, they didn't look to the world for anything anymore. They stopped blaming the world. They knew they are the source. This is the greatest teaching that all the great masters have taught us, that in the midst of me is the source of everything. When Jesus said, stop taking thought for your life, stop worrying about all those things, but seek first this kingdom within. Buddha called it nirvana. Lao Tzu called it the Tao. It doesn't matter. Call it your daddy. But whatever you call it, you got to call it forth out of you. It's within you. They also knew that their inputs and their outputs were what determined success, not what came to them. And I'm going to talk more about this, but please understand, we've been taught that the way to demonstrate, or the example of manifesting wealth and abundance, is by what comes to us, by what we attract. That is not abundance. Abundance is demonstrated by how much comes through you, by how much can come from you. And guess what? Nobody can stop you from circulating and generating and radiating more from you. When you see a fruit tree, The sign of abundance isn't that a bunch of little birdies come along carrying fruit and hang it on the branch of the tree. It emerges. So we're flipping the script today. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about by the end of this call, you will. I'm just laying out the first couple clear principles. I'm the source. Abundance doesn't come to me, it comes through me. And then third, these individuals understood, as Gandhi said, that they had to be the change they were waiting for. They had to be the change they wanted to see in the world. They had to be the embodiment. There is no God out there. There is no Savior out there. There is nothing out there that's coming to save us. Now, we can support each other in reminding each other who we are. We can help and hold each other up until we're strong enough to hold ourselves. But please understand, the source is in you. The expression of abundance is how much you can give and circulate and radiate. And it's about you becoming an embodiment of that you want to see in the world. And I'm going to show you and explain to you how to do all this. And then finally, and as important as anything and almost always missing, these individuals understood that in order to anchor in the source, in order to generate and circulate and be the gift and be the change, they had to design a life intentionally, a life by design, not by default. And what happens is many of us, your life got designed kind of for you, and then you designed a life and you designed protective mechanisms and coping strategies as a reaction to the world. You got hurt, you didn't feel safe, there wasn't enough, and you built up strategies and things that are not designed from a place of you are gods and greater things than these shall you do. You designed it from the world's not safe, or I'm not enough, or there's not enough to go around, right? You had a map of reality as you grew up that said, I'm not enough, or there's not enough, the world's not safe, I'm not safe. And you designed a life from lack and limitation and fear and not enoughness. Are you picking up what I'm putting down? And so then your relationships and your relationship to everything became an expression and an extension of a false map of reality. And then you try to add on top of that some metaphysical thing or some prayer or some how to get rich hack or whatever, and it just doesn't work. There's not the right foundation. And so what I'm going to show you is how to rebuild and redesign your life from the ground up so that your life is a match. Because every seed in nature, all of life comes from a seed. And the pattern of its perfection and its fulfillment is already in the seed, right? And the seed of your fulfillment is already in you. But like every seed, it needs a condition that matches or is congruent to the seed for it to emerge. And in many cases, you want to be wealthy or successful or whatever it is you want. But the actual mental, emotional, physical habits and habitat you've developed is not a match. And so as a result, and I'm not talking about doing a bunch of stuff so that you attract it. I really want to make that distinction. This is not law of attraction. There is a law of attraction, but if you try to use it to get something, you're already off the beam. You're already establishing that something is lacking and you don't have it and you're trying to get it. And that's why law of attraction fails for most people because you can't get it. This is not get rich. You can't get rich. You can't get anything because you already have everything. The acorn doesn't go out and try to get an oak tree. It doesn't try to improve itself into oakhood. It doesn't attract oak parts. You understand? Nowhere in nature is that happening. Everything is emergent. Everything is already here. It's already involuted. It's already implicit. And I discovered this by having a near-death experience. So I do not recommend it. So I had to die almost twice to understand this stuff so that you don't have to, right? And I won't go through the whole story. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. But I spent many years trying to fix, change, heal, improve, attract. And the only thing I improved was my ability to describe why my life was so screwed up. I could tell you why when I was 10 and my dad saw my report card and saw there was all A's and one B and he all he could say is, "What's with the B, son?" Right? I could tell you all the reasons why my life wasn't working. But the more I tried to fix, change, heal, and improve myself, the more struggle, the more frustration. It was like trying to ride up a hill with the gas on and the brake. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I was trying to dig myself out of a hole, and the more I dug, the deeper I got. And in this moment, when I was drowning in a coral reef, caught, nobody knew I was there. And I tried to negotiate, please God, get me out of this. I'll be a good boy. I'll go to church on Sunday. And the universe was not playing, let's make a deal. And there was a moment where all that was left was surrender, real surrender. And I took a breath and I let go. And in that moment, there was a flash of light. And I saw that the self I'd been trying to fix and change and heal was a fiction, an amalgamation of peer pressure, parental fantasies, societal conditioning, and nothing I would ever do would ever make him enough. But at the same time, I saw that there was another self, and this self had never been damaged or diminished, so he didn't need to be fixed. And he was already whole and complete, so he could not be improved upon. I want you to get this. And that as long as I was coming from this false, broken idea that I was an empty shell that had to be filled up, or that I was a broken self that had to be fixed, that I was lacking something I had to go get, or attract, or make happen, I was struggling and I was suffering. And at best, if I managed to will myself into a bigger paycheck, I was just broke at a higher income bracket. Or I got a new job, I had the same jerky boss. Or I got another relationship, I was in the same arguments. Anybody? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Post in the chat, right? Because it's just a recapitulation of this false pattern of a self that doesn't exist, of a self that is built on the lies and the hypnotism of the material world, a self that is separate, that is limited, that is lacking, that is not enough, and has to go out and get or fight or conquer or kill or die. That's the bane of our entire human existence. And at the most basic level, it keeps us on a treadmill. No matter what we get, it'll never be enough and will never be enough. And no matter how hard we try, will always be that broken, empty, separate self inside of a story. And the ending is we're still going to be that broken, empty, separate self. But in that moment of realization, I saw that I woke up from that dream. And I saw that the self is already whole, complete, and perfect. And I know you've heard this before, many of you. But I also saw very specifically how to begin to live from that place in a practical way, and how to design a life that supported it, how to build the habits and the character of success so that I could begin to be and to emerge and to live from. Understand, you're not on your way to anything. Not on your way to heaven or God or abundance or health or wealth or success. That's the false self. A branch isn't on its way to the tree. A wave isn't on its way to the ocean. A sunbeam isn't on its way to the sun. Everything is coming from. You are not on your way to, you are coming from. You no longer want to do affirmations, you want to do affirmations, right? You don't want to pray for anything, you want to learn how to pray from. Like certain Native Americans, they don't do a rain dance to pray for rain. They get back into the state of the harvest and they pray rain. They pray rain. And that's what you're going to know how to do as you go through this process and you learn how to really be the creator and the master of your destiny. and it is who you are. And so as we're going through this, just keep allowing yourself to feel that resonance. Is anybody here beginning just to feel a little bit of that divinity being stirred into activity? A little bit of like a little, oh my God, that would be so great. Even if it's a pinprick, feel that, breathe into that. And as you breathe out, let that opening expand. There's a remembering. And we're going to go through many specifics today. You know, we'll touch on a lot of elements, you know, like the real reason people end up broke, which I'm already kind of touching on, how to make the world a channel of your wealth, how to really crank up that wealth creating capacity. And again, how to design a life intentionally so that you set yourself up for security and long-term success. So again, the reason this works is it's not just transformational and spiritual and woo-woo, it's imminent, it's practical. So whatever's coming up for you, please stay present and stay to the end so I can give you all these pieces so you can really understand the real nature and source of wealth, what I call the great reversal and the big betrayal, how to master this energy of money and manifest. A key principle, the law of circulation, because if you know you have it all, you have to know how to start getting it out. Okay? So, and again, once you know all that, you have to design your life intentionally, which I'm going to show you how to do. Just like if you want to grow a garden, do you just throw a bunch of seeds to the wind and pray, spray and pray? No, you design a garden. You put up certain boundaries. You create lattice because you know that it needs specific conditions for these things to grow. But we don't do that with ourselves, first of all, because we don't even know that we have the seed of our destiny within us. And then because we don't recognize that we have the power and we don't understand this principle. So also, they're gonna open this up at a certain point. So you're gonna get coaching. I'm gonna answer questions and coach you so that whatever's coming up for you, I don't want you to leave this call with a single question unanswered. Okay, so stick around, write down your questions as they come. Notice probably a lot of them will get answered, but if they're not, stay around for the coaching. If you get stuck, if you feel like, I don't know what this guy's talking about, this guy's full of it, and you're mad and you want to push back, really stay around because I want to support you in having a breakthrough. Okay, and I know that some of you are already like, oh, this is too much. It's a lot, but you can handle it. Stick with me, take a breath. Feel that stirring within your heart. Feel that intention for why you're here. It's not an accident. You're surrounded by a community that breeds common unity and immunity so that you can begin to become inoculated from the thought viruses of the world, of lack, limitation, fear, doubt, and worry. And I'm just going to give you a brief glimpse of some of the people that have gone through this work so you can begin to see it's not just me talking, but I'll just read a few real quick and then we'll jump back into it. This is from Jen Harris. She said, I've been following Derek for about 6 months, mostly to help me change my money blueprint. And miraculously, after making little to no money every month, in the past month, I made $225,000. And this is how much I dreamed of making ever in an entire year. So that was Jen Harris. Another one, Rosemarie, said, I've been manifesting wealth to the max in all areas. Since starting this in April, I've realized amazing growth in my business and it's still growing. My head is spinning. And then this is Lisa Smith. A couple months ago, I was frustrated and tired with my business, unsure of how or when clients were going to ever flow in again after a long spell of dipping into savings to cover my expenses. Then Derek's Awaken Wealth came along and everything turned around with not much effort on my part. I just checked my bank balance. It is the most money I have ever had in the bank at one time in my whole life of 52 years. I'm pinching myself. Now, again, these are about money and abundance, and I'm sure many of you want more of that. But as I said, people have had physical healings, intense spiritual awakenings, manifested their purpose, their soulmate. So again, whatever wealth and abundance whatever, understand the substance of abundance is the substance of all creation. So as you get anchored in this again, as you remember who you are, as you learn to open out a way from which this imprisoned splendor can escape again, and how to open all the channels of your abundance, it's going to show up as the currency of whatever you need. Okay? So, just take a moment right now, and I want you to, before we jump into this, I want you just to notice what might be in the way of you expressing and circulating your abundance. We have a lot of judgments and fears around wealth, success specifically, right? And especially heart-centered, spiritually inclined people. We think that it's not good to have wealth. We think that if we have a lot, others will have less, right? And it's sincere, but it's a lie. So just take a moment and feel into this question or this statement, and post in the chat what comes up. So when you think about becoming rich and successful beyond your wildest dreams, whatever that means to you, what fears or judgment come up? So for example, you can write, rich people are, and fill in the blank. Rich people are, you already said, yeah, it takes a lot of hard work, right? So if I get rich and successful, I'm gonna have to sacrifice a lot. It's gonna be too hard. So rich people are, really, really rich people are. And then just write what comes to you. Or really, really successful people are. Or think of somebody out in the world that is very rich and successful that you have judgments about. Elon Musk, Bill Gates, whoever. And what is your judgment? They're selfish, they're greedy, they're corrupt. And if you have good, positive things, rich people are confident, rich people are awesome, that's great. And then for you, it might be, that's called the shadow if you have a judgment. And we're not going to get into all those today, but I just want you to begin to see, and we want to uncover and release these into the field. So another thing is called a values conflict. So if I become really, really wealthy or successful, I'll have to lose or sacrifice, fill in the blank. If I become really rich and successful, I'll lose or I'll sacrifice. I'll have to sacrifice. And be honest, feel it in your body, not just in your head. Because yes, rich people are arrogant, rich people can be jerks. Because understand, if you had no judgment about wealth and abundance and success, if you had no conflict in whatever it takes to be abundant and successful, again, whatever that means for you, there would be a lot more flow in your life because nobody's stopping you. Nobody's blocking you. Whatever's missing is what we're not giving, what we're not circulating. Life is never holding anything back from us. We hold ourselves back from life because of these judgments, because of these fears, because of these beliefs that we're going to lose something, that we're going to have to sacrifice something we value. And these are all part of the hypnotic spells that we're under. That to be wealthy and successful, it means you have to sacrifice love or be less spiritual, or you're going to take something from others. We really have so much baggage around wealth and success that you would think we were packing for a trip around the world, right? But this is one trip where you're guaranteed to lose some of that baggage and be happy about it, okay? So again, even if you learn all the tricks and hacks and strategies and you have all the tools, if you don't become aware of the lies and the limited beliefs that you've been taught about the real nature and source and principle of wealth, you will struggle to manifest abundance in a sustainable way. You'll sabotage yourself. Haven't you noticed that? You start to move towards what you really, really want, but then you stop. You tell yourself, I don't feel like it. I don't have time. I don't need it. Right? It's like the sour grapes. You notice, just begin to be aware of the thoughts and the beliefs bubbling up as I talk. and as you scan yourself, because you and you alone hold the key. You and you alone have this trust account, this inheritance. There is no power outside of you, not karma, not astrology, not Mercury in retrograde, not your parents, not the government. Nobody is holding it back from you, but your limited perception and disconnection from it. Okay, so maybe some of you already are noticing that. I see in the chat, yeah, rich people have financial freedom, but I want you to, again, just begin scanning and be aware of what's the messages you've gotten about wealth, success, or for you, maybe being powerful, being seen. If you had a lot, people are going to want a lot from you. If you have a lot, you'll be too busy. You won't have your own privacy. If you have a lot, people will judge you, your family, or whatever. They'll be intimidated and threatened. Just keep being aware of that, because again, believe me, if you had no judgment, no filter, no part of you that believed a limitation about this, that energy would be flowing a lot more. So again, right from the beginning, I want you to understand that all of this, we're going to show how you can take all this to design a way of life so that no matter what's going on, you'll be constantly reminded and activated of this. And again, the reason why you need to take these principles and integrate them into a intentional design is because without that, that's why so many, like, you go teach a class, or you listen to a class, or you go to a workshop, and you're inspired and you feel like you're never going to change. It's always going to be like this. And then 3 days or 3 weeks later, you're back to the old thing. Anybody know that experience? You fall back to the default. And that's because you're surrounded by reminders and inputs inside and out that keep reactivating you and pulling you back, because your ego is not designed for change. It's designed to keep pulling you back into your map of reality and identity that you designed in your imprint stage, that was based on limitation, lack, and fear to some degree, or you wouldn't be here. And so it's working all the time to delete or distort or to talk to you in such a way that it convinces you to come back to what is familiar and comfortable. And it for a moment feels like a relief, but then you find you just circled the runway. You never really got liftoff speed. You never really got escape velocity. And that's why the average person doesn't live 70 to 90 years. They live the same year 70 to 90 times. Okay? Changing their mates, changing locations, changing jobs, changing teachers, changing their underwear, hopefully, but it's the same story, different day. Okay? So I've already kind of told you my brief story, and I want to just again remind you of these 3 core structures. And we're gonna get into some other practices. The first thing is you have to be specific. You have to be willing to have a very clear and specific desire and intention or goal. We've evolved as goal-seeking creatures. That's even why we have the whites in our eyes, so you can see where people are looking, because where we're looking is a metaphor for where we want to go. The problem is, again, we've learned to look at what we don't want. Or as I like to say, we're driving a car with a giant rearview mirror and a tiny windshield. And so we're looking constantly at our past, at our problems, at our mistakes, at what we're afraid is going to happen. You picking up what I'm putting down here? And so where you are looking at is where you go. If you're driving a race car and your car spins out of control, heading for the wall, we want to look at the wall because we believe if I just look at the wall, I won't hit it. But your hands follow your eyes and you're going to hit it if you look at it. And so race car drivers are trained to look away from the wall and look towards where they want to go. So right now, again, to practice that, take a moment and be bold. Don't be shy. What is that goal that you really, really, really want to achieve? Understand that burning desire in you. Desire means from the stars or of the sire, right? Of the Father. It's of the creative principle within you. It's what you're already pregnant with. When you feel that desire, the baby is in you kicking. What is that goal that you really want? Most people are afraid to really establish it because what if I don't get it? Or what will people think about me? Or it brings up fear or doubt or all the times you've made a mistake. And be as specific as you can be. It can be a quality and it also can be a concrete outcome. And as you put it into this field, know that you're activating it. If it's a quality of being, ask, if I was being that, who would I be in the world? What would I be doing? And we're going to talk again about how you have to develop the inner and outer alignment for this. Just having the desire is the start, but designing a way of life, which we'll talk about by the end of this call, is what's going to allow you to create a condition like you do in your garden for that potential to grow, and to grow no matter what is going on outside of that garden. And I know I'm spending a lot of time on these principles, and maybe some of you are like, all right, great, we know all this stuff. When are you going to get to how I can just make a lot of money, right? How I can pay my rent or whatever. And I want you to understand, be patient, because this is how. As I said, understanding what I'm sharing with you and how to apply it and what's in the way of it and how to put it all together is how I went from broken, suicidal, living in a one-room apartment, living on macaroni and cheese, to, in a very quick time, launching my life's work, getting beautiful homes, launching a business that made 6 figures and 7 figures, traveling the world, all of these things I had been striving for that was just killing me. To when I got this and I got how to put it in the right order and put it all together. And no matter what, even through all these challenges, I already said. So be patient. How many years have you been struggling? If you're feeling impatient, take a breath and notice whatever the story is coming up. What's the thought? What's the belief? What's behind that agitation or impatience? Or perhaps you've already heard all this before. What's the feeling behind that? I wish I had days with you right now because I have so much I want to share with you. But just hold that space and notice what's coming up. I know some of you are having a great time, but I want to make sure I help to dial in all of you, wherever you are, whatever's coming up. That's part of this transformation and alchemization right now. So again, and look in the chat what people are posting. What is that big awaken wealth goal? And as you're posting it, take a moment to feel whatever that energy that's been stirred, whatever divinity has been stirred into activity, and feel from that juice, even if it's a little juicy, that's where you want to post it from. It's not you setting an intention, I want to get, or I want to make something happen. You're setting the intention to make it welcome. Boldly, the way we used to dream as a child. And again, notice what comes up. Who do I think I am? Or maybe you look through the chat and see any of the posts that trigger you. Who do they think they are? Or that's crazy, or I don't need all that. That'll never happen. I don't even know what I want. Yes, you do. You do. But there's some scar tissue around that. Remember, you're designed to create the way the universe does, out of nothing, seemingly nothing. We are given the ocean of possibility and we go to it with a thimble. So dream bigger, right? God, don't bore God with your little plans, right? Even when you think you're going for it, God is like, oh, you're so adorable. Nice try. Good start, kid, right? And if you don't believe in God or you think God means somebody outside of you, you know I'm talking about just this higher intelligence, higher power, this deeper source of potential within you. And I've helped, again, thousands of people achieve almost everything you guys are posting. And it's not really I that have helped them. It is these principles and practices and the integration of them into an intentional plan and program. Understand, it's not personal. God is no respecter of persons. It's principle, right? It doesn't matter how long you've been struggling. It's like planting a seed. If you've had a seed in your pocket for years and you suddenly find it and you plant it and you create the right conditions for it, the soil cannot say to you or that seed, I'm sorry, man, you come from a long lines of seeds that never amounted to much, or, you've been out so long, it's going to take years for me to grow you. No. The minute you plant that seed and you create the right conditions, excuse me, the law of emergence goes to work to bloom and to flower as that seed. If you've been sinking all your life because you didn't know the laws of buoyancy, and I show you how to adjust your body in the water, the law of buoyancy in the water can't say, well, you've been sinking for years and you come from a long family of sinkers, so I'm sorry, you don't get to float. No, the minute your body is in the right design, you float, even if you've been sinking all your life. And it's the same thing with wealth, abundance, and success. It's not personal, it's a principle. And when you understand how to design a life and get into alignment with it from the truth that you already have all of it in you, then it can seem miraculous. I've seen it happen overnight. All of you have all of this abundance that's locked up in like a trust account that you don't know the combination to. And all of a sudden, debt gets eliminated like that. All of a sudden, opportunities show up. So again, the first principle to understand is that, and we're going to get to questions and all that. I see some hands. The first principle to understand is that you already have everything, that wealth is not material. It's spiritual or invisible or energetic, right? It's the same thing as love or knowledge, right? You don't think of love as material. If you do, you're probably struggling with it if you think it's coming from a person. But if you understand, if you start opening out a way to express more love and more love and more love, and just love your plant and love your cat and whatever, do you have less love at the end of the day or the end of the year, or more love? You have more. If you're a teacher and you start teaching a subject at the beginning of the year, do you have less knowledge at the end of the year or more? You have more. But around money, we've bought into a hypnotic spell that money and wealth is material and it's things. But it's not, it's frequency, right? Another example, right where you are right now, your favorite music is playing. But it's invisible, it's inaudible, it's as if it doesn't exist. But the minute you know what station, i.e., frequency it's on, and you tune into become a match for that frequency, that station becomes manifest. In other words, you have a manifestation, right? That station is always here. The wealth, the abundance, the joy, the peace, the love, it's always playing. This is what Jesus was saying when they were like, when's heaven going to come? He's like, it's not going to come. It's already here. But you having eyes, you can't see it. Having ears, you can't hear it. Stop judging by appearances. Judge righteous judgment, which is an understanding of these qualities. The real nature of life is not material. It is invisible. It is spiritual. It is energy. It is frequency. And if you turn up that station playing that song, at a certain point, does it run out of sound? No, it gets louder. And if all of us turn it up, does the song run out? Does the sound run out? No, it starts booming. There's no limit to how much life, love, abundance, wealth, success, health you can have when you understand its true nature. As the Bhagavad Gita says, Take abundance from abundance, and abundance remains. Right? And again, this is the same for every form of your life. It's a frequency, and it's infinite. Infinite. Now, put another way, and this is really important again, the dollars or the money or whatever it is you think you want or need, like you've all posted the things you want, it is not, the outer stuff is a symbol, an effect of the real wealth. Just like a fruit tree, all the fruit on the tree is not the wealth of the tree. It's an effect of the tree's wealth. It's the fruit or the evidence of the invisible and infinite wealth in that tree. And that's why when the tree has no more fruit, the farmer doesn't go, well, I guess these trees are all broke, let's just cut them down. They know that if they keep nourishing the roots in due season, it will harvest a whole nother crop of fruits. And within every seed is not just one tree, but infinite fields of trees. One seed, one tree, all the fruits have all their own seeds, creates a whole nother harvest of trees. Every seed, every tree, infinitely abundant. Can you feel that? That's why Jesus said, if you have the faith of a grain of a seed of a mustard tree, you could say to this mountain, move, and it would move. He was trying to teach, and all the masters, stop judging by appearances and quantity and judge by quality and frequency. Get into the feeling tone, get into the visionary vibration. You are a creator of vibration, a creator of frequency. Stop seeking after the symbols. This is also why the saying, money is the root of all evil, which is really the love of money is the root of all evil. And what it's really saying is when you love the symbols, when you get attached to the symbols, that is the source of all conflict, of all problems, of all suffering. Because you think the dollar bill has your wealth, or you think that person has your love, or your validation. And the love of the symbols is the source of all of our suffering, struggle, and conflict. But money is just one symbol that wealth shows up as. You know, it used to be shells. And at one time it was chickens, right? So would you say the love of chickens is the root of all evil, right? Maybe some kind of chicken love, but in other words, it's all symbols. It used to be salt. The word salary comes from the Romans were paid in salt. So the symbols change, but the source doesn't. And if you think the symbol, that dollar, that job, that economy, that government, that partner, that person is your source, then you are cut off from the real source. Can you see that? Post in the chat if you're really understanding what I'm saying. The biggest problem is that we've built an economic system based on symbols, not real wealth. That's why there's lack and shortage and inequality. It started with the barter system when we knew our life force was the source. I'm the baker, I can bake bread. I trade my life force in the form of bread for candles that you created out of your life force. But then we forgot it was our life force and we began to think it was the bread and the candles. And then we created a medium of exchange called shells or coins or dollars. And then a system to manage all those symbols called the banking and financial systems of the world. And now we are completely asleep and have forgotten and have put our wealth many steps separate from us. And what this is about is bringing it all the way back home again. Because the ego is designed to create systems, external, that take you further and further away from the true source of power, security, and prosperity until you believe you're dependent on these outer systems. All right? That's what's happening all around. And that's a lie. And that's what these great teachers have come along, whether it's a Jesus or a Buddha or a Gandhi or a Dr. King, they've come along in some way, shape, or form to cut those chains so that we are no longer dependent on outer systems and structures, people, places, and things. You're the source. You're the goose that lays the golden eggs. And another thing I want you to understand You are actually being given like an allowance, a currency every day. It's available to you every day as much as anybody is being given. It's currency. It's the current you see. It's the flow of energy in you. And you are allowed to invest that. Some of us, though, hoard it for fear of running out. Some of us spend it without conscious intent. And many, many of us invest it down to our fear or to our comfort or to our safety. Many of you are doing that unconsciously. You're not investing it up to the vision you just posted. Your time, your talent, your treasure, this currency you're given every day, right? Some of you invested in everybody but yourself and wonder why you're broke and broken down and overwhelmed or burned out. Others of you invest that currency in your past pain and stories and excuses like, I don't have enough. I'm not enough. It's too late. It's too soon. I'm too young, too old, too short. Every time you speak your word, that has a cost. You're taking a bit of your coin, a bit of your currency, and you're investing it in that. And so understanding, where are you investing this currency? Because you're always investing all of your life force, but in what? What you invest in, where your treasure is, there is your heart. What you invest in is what you get your ROI, your return on investment. And also that's what compounds. Investments compound. So if we're investing in, I don't have enough, there's not enough, I can't trust people, it's not safe, there's not enough to go around, it's too late, it's too early, what if I fail? You're investing in all of those beliefs and it's compounding so that it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So again, the question is, what are you investing your currency in? Are you investing it up to your highest vision and potential? Or accidentally and unconsciously investing it down to your coping mechanism based on fear, lack, and scarcity, as I said in the beginning, based on the false and limited map? Be honest right now. Look at your life, your thoughts, your regular thoughts and stories. No shame, no judgment, just an honest reflection. You got to know where you are to get where you want to go, to get where that vision is that you posted. Like you're in a mall and you want to get to the Apple store. Well, you have to start by looking at a map that says you are here. So a lot of this right now, you're understanding the principles, but we're also getting honest. Where am I really? Don't just put out some spiritual pithy affirmation. Be honest. Where are you investing your currency right now? Is it in fear and scarcity, lack and limitation? Are you waiting to feel good, feel confident, feel certain? Are you afraid of losing out, of running out? Are you looking at your bank account and saying that's how much you have? And so you're holding on to it? Some of you heard my story. I did that. I held on to my savings, racked up my credit card, would not circulate what I had until I was broke and I was about to be evicted. And that night, sitting in my fake leather chair with the phone ringing, and I was the landlord had just left telling me I needed to pay right away, I was going to be evicted. And I sat in that chair and was like, God, either this stuff is a bunch of BS or I don't know what's going on, but I'm not getting up out of this chair until I know the truth. And the voice thundered in me and it said, you put your faith in your bank account and your savings accounts instead of me. And thou shalt have no other gods before me. I practically expect to look around and see Charlton Heston playing Moses, with the tablet in his hand. And it went on to share with me that whenever you put your safety, security, power outside of you, whether it's a bank account or money or anything, you give away your power, you cut yourself off from your source. You cannot be true to yourself because you're afraid you're going to lose, you're going to get judged, you're going to get rejected or abandoned by the outer sources of safety, security, support, and supply. And so you get increasingly cut off. And as I caught this, it's what I call the big betrayal. Whenever you put your faith and your security and your power outside of you, the universe is set up to betray you. Not because it doesn't love you, but because it's trying to bring you back to who you really are. I, in the midst of you, am mighty. I, in the midst of you, am your source. It's trying to bring you back, not just so you can have more wealth and abundance and be taken care of abundantly by this source, this spirit, this power within you, but so that you can be who you really are. How many of you here know what I mean? Where you're afraid to speak your voice, to speak your truth, to create fully and authentically and be who you are in your family, in your relationships, in the world, because you're afraid you're going to get judged, attacked, rejected, abandoned, fired, demoted, and you're not going to get what you need because you think the world is your source. How many of you here want to be free, for God's sake? So this, I want you to see as you look at this and hear this, take a moment now and just look at, where have you or are you believing something or someone outside of you is your source? Or what is your thought that you, if you do something you know you want to do, but you've got a story in there that says, if I do that, I'll be judged, rejected. Just take a moment and look and see, where are you making anything or anyone outside of you your source of support, supply, security, validation? And post in there. And I want you to really feel and notice, wherever you've said, my bank account is my source, my job, my parent, my husband, my wife, my whatever, even though that feels like freedom or feels like security, I want you to feel that there's pain there, that there's fear or constriction. It doesn't feel good to believe something or someone outside of you is your source. I want you to really feel that in your body, because as your body feels and gets, this doesn't feel good. This feels constricted. This feels like pain. I feel like I can't be myself because I need them to like me or approve of me or not reject me or fire me, or if they don't like me or understand me, they're not going to hire me or whatever. Notice though that even though you've bought into that to some degree, it feels bad. It feels constricting, and that's a signal. It's not expansive. And now I want you to shift to, what would be possible for me? How would it feel if I knew that this spirit within me, this source within me is all that I need? And I could release all those false gods, false idols, golden calves. I could love them, but they're not my source. How does that feel when you imagine that? I want you to feel it in your body and ask, who could I be from there? How could I move towards my vision from there? What would I dare to do if I knew that I was the source, but the whole world was a channel of my abundance? Hear the difference. Your job, your husband, your mother, your father, the government, whatever, they're not my source, but they're all potential channels. So I don't depend on them. I depend on the I am, the source within me. But now I can open up and allow the whole world to be a channel of my abundance. Just notice how that feels and ask from there, again, feeling that expansion, feeling that power, and post how it feels. And from that new feeling, Anchor in, what could I do and be from here? What would I do and be from here? And you can feel the joy, the limitlessness, the liberation. You feel bigger. Yes. Notice a lot of the same liberating, freedom. So I know some of you might have to go soon. I want to get to coaching and questions. And then as time permits, I'll keep talking and coaching through each question, sharing these principles and the ideas. I want to just share one big piece and then one other thing, and then we're going to jump into coaching. And again, through the coaching, I'll be able to keep unpacking these in very real and specific ways. But I want you to understand that once you know this now and you're starting to feel it, okay, I'm noticing that it feels good that I am the source, that it's within me. You're starting to unhook from some of these hypnotic spells and these beliefs that the world is my source. And I know for some of you, you're thinking, yeah, but this just still feels theoretical. Yeah, I'm feeling it, but what do I do? Right? I want to do something. I want to make something happen, right? And remember, it's not about making it happen. It's about making it welcome. And I know that for some of you, again, it's impatience. We want to do. And for those people, it's not just don't just sit there, do something. It's don't just do something, sit there. Keep sitting there. Keep noticing the impatience. I got to do something. I got to do something. Because as this energy is repaired, as this channel is repaired, I can tell you, you'll be activated. You'll be guided into action, compelling right action. You'll have more things to do than you can imagine. Because once life starts moving through you, life is not neutral. Life is up to something, right? And once out of the way, now it's going to be able to finally use you to unfold this divine plan and this destiny of greatness that you're made for. But a lot of you that are trying to do and that are afraid to stop or slow down, or you think if I just be still, it's all going to fall apart, that is part of the belief and the baggage that is blocking the flow. Whereas for some of you who don't want to do anything and you're like, well, I'm just going to wait, this is the ultimate weight loss plan for you, because this is about you have some belief or fear that if I do, bad stuff's going to happen. Whereas the other side of you believes that if I stop doing, bad things going to happen. You follow me? Those are the two main polarities. And so for some of you, you got to be still, even as you're like, oh my God, it's all going to fall apart because you think you're doing it. And for some of you, you got to be ready to get off your big ask and start asking and knocking and seeking and allowing this to move through you. Okay. And I want you to understand that what I talked about in the previous training, but I'll go over it briefly. The practical way that once you know that you have it all within you, that wealth is frequency, vibration, energy, and that you understand whatever's missing is what you're not giving, therefore. If you've got it all, whatever's missing is what you're not circulating. The law of circulation is that you cannot give what you don't have. So you first have to activate it and fill yourself up, which is what we're doing here. But then you cannot keep what you don't give. You have to start now opening the spigot and letting it flow in any and every way possible. And then you have to be willing to receive, because the love and the opportunity is flowing to you everywhere, but you haven't been willing to see it and to receive it. So circulation is the key to abundance. Wherever there's more circulation, there's more life, there's more green, there's more growth, right? In every system, circulation is the key. During the Great Depression, there wasn't a lack of wealth or food. So why were people waiting in bread lines? Because people stopped circulating. They stopped investing. If your heart goes, well, I want to make sure I have enough blood, so I'm going to hold on to all this blood and not give out too much, just in case those stingy, those greedy kidneys and lungs, they want all my blood. I'm going to keep it. You're dead. right? It doesn't work. Or if it's the other way around, oh, I just love all my kidneys and all my heart, all my lungs, and I don't want anybody to think I'm selfish. So I'm just going to give all my blood and I don't need any for myself. No, you all take it. You're dead. So you get, I know I'm being funny, but it's a way to help you remember. You can't just breathe out all day and be a good person. You can't just breathe in all day and hoard the air in case somebody takes too much. The energy is meant to move. And in a lot of your trauma, the problem is that energy and motion, known as emotion, wasn't circulated. The trauma is not the problem. The problem is we stop circulating. Your heart gets broken. So you stop loving, you stop letting the qualities of love out, or you're too selective, or you stop letting it in because you don't want to get false hope. You broke the circuit and there's stagnation. If a hole in the ground only lets the water in but doesn't let it out, it will become a flood. If it only lets the water out but doesn't let it in, it will become empty. If it doesn't let it in or out, it will become a swamp. You get it? So if you're holding on to anything because you're afraid there's not enough or you'll maybe never have enough, you're stagnating. You've broken the circuit. If you're just letting a bunch of stuff come in, but you're not letting go out, or if you're just giving, but you're not giving to yourself in equal measure because you don't want to look bad, be stingy, be a bad parent, whatever, be too much, you broke the circuit. Now, the circuit was broken already through a belief that we were talking about. One of those hypnotic spells, one of those shadows or values conflicts, the way you were wired in that original map, which I'm going to help you completely rewrite that map. But that's caused you to have a lot of broken circuits. And so there's areas where you're just giving, or just taking, or just holding. And there's all these little pockets of stagnation, and your abundance and your wisdom and your inspiration and your life force is trying to it's like a river with all these dams and all these boulders, and it's trying to get in there. And by the time it gets out, it's like drip, drip, drip. Or like a hose, it's got all these kinks in it. And by the time it gets out, drip, drip. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down here? So you have to learn to reopen all the channels. And this is what I call the 7 wealth activators. Once you understand that you have it all, that you've got broken circuits and you're blocking it. Oh, by the way, for those of you that might be brand new here, I'm just going to post in the chat. I think, yeah. So you can have access to the videos and ebooks if you didn't get those. I'm just going to put a link there. And Gideon, maybe you can repost that. For those of you that are brand new, and maybe some of this is totally new to you, I want you to get some of that stuff. Okay, so these 7 activators, I want you to listen for what one really speaks to you. These are the 7 channels. I call them the 7 gifts or the 7 gives that give you everything. The gift that keeps on giving. These are channels, and you need every single one of them open. And for some of you, at least one or more are not. And that's okay. I'm going to, again, by the end of this, I'm going to show you how to put all these pieces together so you can get every channel open, get it circulating in full volume around a design that is designed to hold that volume and channel that into your vision. Who wants that? Just in case you're wondering why you're hanging around. Okay. So the first channel, or the first gift, is giving out. So this is about your time, talent, and treasure. In other words, you have to give of your time, talent, and treasure in service of your highest vision. You could also think of all of these as the channels of your currency, as I was talking about. So what's happening for many of you is you have your time invested in things that aren't in alignment with your vision. Or for the things that you want to give your time to, you tell yourself you don't have time yet. Anybody? Right? Or your talent, you're waiting to express whatever talent you have in the direction of your greatest dream or vision because you don't think you have enough. Come on, show of hands. Or you don't think it's good enough. And you think that's a good reason. No, I'm going to express my talent when it's good enough, when I am enough, when I have enough, when they tell me it's good enough, right? Wrong. Or you have a little treasure, but you're holding on to it and you're not finding a way to circulate that. And treasure could be dollars, money. It could also be love, forgiveness, compassion, and we'll get more to the details of those. But the key is, please hear this. This is the great saying in the parable of the talents. When the master sends the 3 servants out with the talents, which are gold, but it's funny they're called talents, and they have to use those talents, and one of them uses it, multiplies it, gets a profit. One of them gets even more, and the other one buries it so that he doesn't lose it, and he thinks he's done a good job. And the master lets each one keep their profits and gives them a job in his kingdom. And the one that buried it, he kicks him out and calls him a terrible, wrathful, deceitful servant, and he casts him into darkness. We're like, whoa, that's a little harsh, dude. And then it says at the end, to he who has, more will be given and it shall be multiplied. But to he who has not, even what he has will be taken away and he'll be cast in darkness. They would have said he or she, but you know, the times. So what it's saying, it's talking about the have consciousness, and then from having, circulating what you have. It didn't say to he who has a lot. It's the have consciousness. So if I have just a little, there's so many other stories I could tell you, but I think you'll get this. If I have just a little and I give that much in service of the highest good that I can imagine, my highest goal, my highest dream. I just have a little, like the woman giving a tithe, the old lady gives a little pence, and then the rich man gives all this money, and Jesus says, who do you think gave the most? And it was her, because she took what little she had and gave it with such big love and intention. And so understand, it's not about how much. If you can just love a little, then do that. And watch as you have a little more love to give the next moment. If you just have a little bit of talent, practice that. Find a way to express that. Stop waiting, because every area you're waiting, you're weighing it down and you're holding it back. So that's the first gift. Again, I could go on, but you have to give of your time, talent, and treasure, no matter what you have, because it's not a quantity, it's a quality. And it will open up the channel and starts flowing. And at first, a lot of gunk might come up because you've been closed, channel's been closed, like a house in the winter. And all this stuff will come up. Do not turn off the faucet. Keep letting it flow. It will start to repair the circuit. It will start to bring up the other stuff, that I talked about, and I'll tell you about later how to heal it as it comes up. But nobody's stopping you. You and you alone can open up the channels and let it flow until it's flowing like a mighty river rushing downhill without a boulder in sight. You have that power. The second gift, giving away. So we want to give, and I'm going to get to your questions. Stick around, write those questions down, because they're great questions and I want to make sure they're answered. I know this is bumping into some of you. It's like it's too much, or it's like I don't know how to hold it all. That's okay. So you want to give away. So that's in our life, in our home, in our car, in our office, whatever. We're holding on to a lot of literal stuff, and all that stuff is stuck energy. And so it's all energy, and it has a story and an emotion. That's why you're holding on to it. You're not just walking around in a house, you're walking around in your story that has become materialized in stuff. And that's keeping you stuck. And so you have to identify what is no longer in service and in alignment with your vision, and you need to find a way to give it away. Again, I'm going to go through these quick for now, but we're going to have a chance to go much deeper if you choose. But you got to give it away. That releases the energy. It creates a vacuum for what is true, what is now, and what is in service of your higher vision. The third gift is you have to give up. Giving up. And that's noticing these inner furniture, the inner stuff, the grievances, the gossip, the complaints, the pet peeves, the mental habits, and even emotional habits that you don't want to let go of because you believe you need them, or they're helping you, or they're keeping you safe. They're allowing you to feel like you're right and they're wrong. Anybody? Right? All of these things that you cycle and that you don't want to let go of, including the limited beliefs. No, you don't understand, Derek. If I stop believing this, or if I let go of this, or you know how you just feel like you need to complain, you know, you even turn on that radio or that thing just so you can vent, right? And so those you have to be aware of those things you're cycling that they make you kind of feel good in a bad way. It's what social media algorithms are doing. They're hacking your limbic system and getting your outrage going or your fear. But you were doing it to yourself before social media ever did. Social media just plugged into it. So notice those. Those are circuits of lack and limitation, and they're leaks, and they're draining away all the substance you could have to build your dream. The next one is giving in. And this is about surrender. In surrender, we often talk about, it's about letting go of all the stuff we don't like or the bad stuff. And there's a way in which that's true, but the real surrender, the most courageous act of surrender, is surrendering to the vision. When the acorn is falling apart, it doesn't surrender to the falling apart, it surrenders to the oak that is emerging. So as you have a vision and things are falling apart and there's challenges and there's pain and there's loss, you want to give in to the love, give in to the hope, give in to the joy, give in to the abundance. Don't merely surrender to the problems. It's not my will, but thy will be done. I don't really want to go through this, but not my will, but thy will be done. That's not a surrendering to the problem. Well, let it be whatever it's going to be. It may or may not work. That's not the surrender we're talking. It's a giving in to this higher power and principle and pattern of potential in you that we've been talking about. I just surrender. Feel that right now. I invite all of you right now, just declare and proclaim, I surrender to my good. I surrender to the wealth and the health and the joy and the abundance. I surrender to my greatness. I don't care how much challenges and problems and what my mind is saying or my emotions. I give in to my greatness. I give up trying to wait and resist, and I give in to my greatness. I give in to my divine inheritance. I give in, I surrender to my godliness. Whatever that is, I surrender to my vision. Use me, God. Use me, love. Use me, vision. I'm ready. I'm willing. I give up the fight. I give in to the vision. Feel that. And post in the chat what bubbles up as you do that. Then we get to giving thanks. And we won't go into this. You know how important gratitude is, but it's basically, you have to start by being thankful. At first, we start off, we're thankful for nothing. Then you got to find one thing to be thankful for. Then you got to learn to be thankful for everything. And eventually, you become thankful for no thing. You embody the frequency of the gift has already been given. And that becomes a new mental and emotional habit. And then here's the second to the last one, and one of the most important ones for all of you heart-centered people. And that is giving to yourself. So many of you are giving and giving, and you hear me talk about all this giving. You're like, I've spent my whole life giving. I'm done giving. Don't talk to me about giving. When am I going to get mine? You know? And I understand. But that's because you bought into a false hypnotic spell that it wasn't okay to give to yourself. And you've been giving from your roots instead of from your fruits. And so your tree has been barren. You don't want to give your roots. You keep your roots. You give from the overflow. You give from the fruits. You must give to yourself. Whatever you're trying to get from anybody, love, validation, self-respect, give it to yourself first and always. And then finally, forgiving. That's right, Philip. Forgiving. Behind all unforgiveness, or behind all debt, rather, there is a story of unforgiveness. There is a withholding of love, compassion, forgiveness, whatever. And we feel justified. Well, they did me wrong, or I did them wrong. And until I get better or they get better, I'm not going to forgive them. I'm not going to love them. I'm going to hold on to that love or whatever it is. And that sounds logical, and it's completely self-destructive. And if you have a bunch of IOUs or you owe me, you have debt. You owe me love. That's debt. I owe you something. That's debt. And it will show up as actual debt. And I want you to understand, this doesn't exist in nature, right? The sun doesn't block its beams for everybody that doesn't appreciate the sun or who curses the sun. If the sun did that, the sun would have burned out a long time ago. And so, and God is no respecter of persons. This principle, it's raining on everybody's garden, saint or sinner, shining on everybody, evil or good. Why? Because the principle is that I'm going to shine and circulate and flow no matter what. No matter how many doors you close against me, you cannot close the door of my heart. Because I'm not going to stop circulating my life and my life force and my light, because then I lose, I stagnate, I am in debt. And also everybody else I care about loses. They won't get as much of me. So you have to take that selfish, divinely selfish stand. I'm going to love, I'm going to serve, I'm going to shine, I'm going to share, I'm going to circulate no matter what. And watch as the debt starts to melt. And again, I've seen tens and tens of thousands of dollars in debt just melt away during this work. So feel into these and which one resonates most for you, and post in the chat and commit to yourself. And don't worry if you don't remember them all. Just commit to yourself that you're going to practice this. Feel that intention. Remember, today we're planting seeds. There's no way in one call we can grow the whole garden, but we can create the fertile soil for you to plant these seeds. You follow? So know that you're not just posting some words. Feel it, plant it, anchor it, claim it, proclaim it, celebrate it. In this field, that seed can plant in fertile ground. And if you want to build the whole garden, before we get on to coaching and supporting and answering all your questions, I want to share with you, as I said I would, because the next piece here is we have to make this a way of life. Some of you are getting breakthroughs, insights, ahas, and that's great. And maybe that's all you'll ever need. In my experience, we have to keep going through the principles and through the process as we cultivate the garden, plant the seeds, figure out what they need, develop a design of our life and our daily practice so that within a period of time, we're tending to that garden every day and every week over a period of time, and suddenly it bears fruit. Who here wants to, once and for all, not just get an aha and an inspiration and some more ideas, like, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I like that. Ooh, cool. And then go back to your life and notice what you've already seen happen many times. A few days, a few weeks, a few months later, it's kind of the same. I really haven't, I'm not really blossoming and flourishing and flowering like I want to. Who here wants to, once and for all, build that garden, put in those stakes, and actually harvest that fruit? Okay? And it's not for everybody, and I can't do it all in one call. And I've been trying, as you know, if you've been in this journey so far, I've been giving lots of trainings and lots of stuff. I model what I'm talking about. You can't outgive God. But I also know that in order to do this with you and for you and help you, we need to create a container where we can build that garden, build that design, unpack all the weeds that have been choking off the life of your garden and of your vision, pull those weeds permanently, and really cultivate this garden until it starts to bloom. And as I said, I've done this for a long time now. I've done this with thousands of people all around the world in many, many situations. And every single time we go through this process, people launch businesses, fill their practices, eliminate debt, heal their bodies, heal their families, heal relationships, because a lot of time money and all that it represents, security, support, power, that gets healed. I've healed a lot of couples because it's all part of our life. It's such a major part. It's not just about the dollars. It's about all that it represents in our life and feeling free and liberated. So it takes a process. I hope you can understand that. If I could give it all to you right now, I would. That's why I'm like pouring in and cramming in as much as I can right now. So I'm doing a program, and if you'll indulge me for a moment, just before we get to the coaching, I'll just briefly share what it is, and then you can see if it's right for you or not, and then we'll move on to the coaching. But I'm doing a program where I'm going to help you take these ideas that I've been talking about and actually snap one by one out of the 5 hypnotic wealth spells. Actually open up one by one all these channels of abundance. Actually design your abundance blueprint so that you have that vision, so that you have those practices and you know exactly what to do every day to cultivate this garden and to make it permanent, not just short-term inspiration, quick fix, and then default back to the old program. How to uproot and release these shadows and these values conflicts, how to define your monthly abundance or money goal so you know exactly how much you want and how much you need every month, how to design and define your miracle money goal where you'll identify what's the stretch that you're aiming for so that it will stretch you even bigger than you imagine. And watching people hit this money miracle goal over and over and over is one of the most exciting and fun things that I do and that we all do. And then the money freedom goal, which is what is the level of abundance specifically and defined, and what is the frequency you are embodying so that you literally become financially free. And I've helped a lot of people do that. I became financially free years before I ever imagined it. And then finally, the money mastery goal, which is to live that ultimate vision of your life. What would it take? And we're going to pull that future self into the present and excavate and activate that blueprint. So these are all the levels, and it's going to allow you to actually begin to experience real wealth and abundance empowerment, feel inner peace, embrace your true purpose. Like I said, so many people tap into and elevate their purpose, launch it for the first time, or take their work or whatever they've been doing to the next level as a result of this. When those channels are open, when the floodgates are open, it can be very shocking and surprising. People get calls from long lost people paying them back money they owed them for years. I mean, it's all kinds of little miracles that happen. It's pretty profound. And it's about the field we're creating and about the step-by-step application in the right sequence. Okay? Whether it's meaningful, rich relationships, activating and being more creative, more productive, becoming more resilient, all of that. We're going to do all of that, okay? So let me just show you real briefly what's in here. I'm just going to share my screen. And actually, Gideon, you can post in the chat so people can follow along. I wanted to say one other thing. Just notice as I'm sharing, even as I'm talking right now, what comes up in you. Like some of you might be excited to learn, and some of you might find yourself suddenly closing your heart and being like, oh, here he goes. Now he's going to sell something. I knew it. And I want you to notice that. I want you to notice whatever comes up. It's okay. It's not going to hurt my feelings, but I want you to see, because all of life is a Rorschach test. There's nothing really out there but a reflection of your own consciousness. And if you can identify, did you close down a little? Do you find yourself going, whatever that is? Or do you find yourself going, oh, I really want this, but I can't. It's too soon. It's too late. I don't have time. I can't afford it. Whatever that is, my invitation is right now, if you can just notice what comes up, write it down. Notice the emotion behind it. Please know this could be the most transformational moment of the whole call, because it's showing you where, especially for those of you that want to, have a business or be a coach or a teacher, author, speaker, thought leader, change maker, and you want to enroll other people into your mission, vision, or programs or whatever. In order to be able to enroll others, you have to be fully enrolled in yourself. And so wherever there's a glitch, there's some kind of shadow, some kind of values conflict, some kind of belief. So if you project on me, how dare he, or, I thought he was just going to give me something. Now he wants something. That's showing you where you've got a judgment in you. And when you are given the opportunity to ask for what you want, or to charge what you're worth, or to enroll somebody in your vision or dream, you're going to bump into that same thing. Do you all understand what I'm saying? And so if you can notice that, you can actually flip it today. You can actually dissolve that in this field. And I understand, I had to go through it, right? And lots of people will say, oh, if you're so spiritual, why do you have to charge anything? And there's all these false beliefs. And again, because they think charging and money is material, and they think if they have something, somebody loses something, or if somebody gives something, they have less of something. And as we've been unpacking, that's a material perception. That's a material perception, right? Mother Teresa was one of the richest people. She can go into any business and ask for an amount of money and they'd go write her a check. She had no problem. And if the check wasn't big enough, she would go, I think I need to pray a little longer. And they'd be like, looking around like, dude, what do we do? Get her a bigger check, man. And they'd go back and write her a bigger check. She had no problem, right? Yes, she took a vow of poverty, meaning she knew she didn't need the outer stuff, but she had the key to the kingdom. She could go anywhere and get whatever she needed. That was an abundant woman. Jesus wasn't just all given everything. There's a famous story where he's like, hey, where's the good oil? Give me the good stuff. And they're like, Master, we could sell it and give it to the poor. And he's like, do you know who you're sitting with? Like, I'm not going to be here forever, man. Give me the good stuff. And it was blasphemy. And he was like, no, anoint me with the best oil. He's like, how do you like me now? Like, I know who I am. Do you? Right? And so this, to understand that we're busting through, and every opportunity where we get triggered or we close down or we have judgment, it's an opportunity to get free. I'm telling you what I know. So as we go through this, just notice what comes up. And again, we're going to have time to talk about it and do some coaching and have some more breakthroughs. Let me just grab this real quick and share it with you. And did I already put it? Oh yeah, I put it in the chat, Gideon, if it's not there, so you guys can go along. And I'll tell you, every single partner I have, they're like, you're giving all of this and doing all of this and only charging that much. And so I've put the fee for this 8-week program, deep dive program, lower than any other major program out there that you're going to find to make it affordable. I'll tell you that right now. But here's the link right in the chat. So don't leave if for nothing else, if you're not manifesting at the level you want, and you understand that I've helped people do and achieve many of the visions you posted, if you don't have a better place or person to go to get that kind of result, at the very least, and you're not willing to hear the opportunity, I would again invite you to notice what is coming up. What's the thought? What's there to lose? Are you afraid you might believe it? Are you afraid you might have to trust and take another leap for yourself? What's coming up if you don't have the life you want and you are resonating with what we're talking about here, but you don't let yourself listen? Could this be what I've been waiting for? Could this be what I've been praying for? I don't know, maybe not. But at least give yourself a chance to feel into it and to find out. So let me just share this page while some of you might be going there. And Gideon, you can where is it? You can post it in the chat. If the chat keeps scrolling up, you can put the link there. So can you all see the page here? Yeah, and you can go there if you want as well. It looks like this. I just want to briefly tell you what's in it, then we'll get on to the coaching and all that and answering questions. So again, you're going to get the whole Awakened Wealth Mastery System, the entire system that used to cost $2,000. This is what normally these kinds of in-depth programs cost. You've all probably seen those out there. So you're going to get that whole program for free. Okay. You're also going to get 5, which again, people buy and have bought many, 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 many times for $1,997. You're also going to get a 5-week live Awaken Wealth coaching and activation program with me personally, many hours together, deep dive, where I'm working with you personally and helping you to really build this garden, really cultivate your potential. Can you all still hear me? Just make sure. Sometimes it does weird. Okay, great. So you're going to get that whole thing, right? In-depth trainings, one-on-one facilitations and healings, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just going to go through this quickly, but you can look over it if you want more details. You're also going to get an in-depth integration workshop where it's an 8-week program, just so you know, where we go through this and we work on charging what you're worth, on making a living doing what you love, on manifesting more money or more of anything, and really spring cleaning all of your limited money beliefs. Now, we're going to be working on all of that through the course, but then we're going to really put it together in this deep dive integration process. Now, in addition to that, you're going to get quantum healing work from me every single day during this program. And without going into all of what that means, it's just a healing process that I've learned and that I've practiced for years. It's a process, again, that helped me get through tragic loss of my child, being, stolen millions of dollars, get it all back. It's a process that has allowed me to help people heal mentally, emotionally, physically from problems that nothing else would solve. And it's a process and it's an energetic healing work that I'm going to do for each of you every day. It does not do anything to you you don't want, so don't be worried. I'm not putting energy into you. I'm going into the field and I'm clearing the field with you of all of these limited beliefs and lower frequencies, because as many of you know, in the quantum field, we're not separate. There's only one. And so as I go in the field and I catch the different frequencies, the weeds in consciousness, and I'm pulling them out, people have pretty profound healings. Some of you will just feel more energy. You'll be able to pay more attention. You'll be able to take it all the way through to the end. Some of you will have experience of light and expansion. And some of you won't feel anything, but you'll just notice things start working. So just know that's an additional thing I'm doing, which is normally only reserved for my private clients that are paying me tens of thousands of dollars. So, but I'm going to do it every day. And I'm pouring more than anything into this program because of the times we're in and everything going on in the world. I don't have to tell you, wars and rumors of wars and AI coming to change everything. It's like an asteroid heading for Earth. But I believe it's one of the most powerful opportunities, an inflection point for us to evolve into a whole new kind of human, into individuals with the capacity to live and to love and to serve and to create a world that really works for the highest good of all. And so I'm really in this, I'm all in to help you do that. If you want to once and for all get out of your own way, stop saying I can't afford it, stop saying I don't have time, I'm not enough, and get into and activated with your true mission and purpose and vision so that you can be fulfilled and free from all this craziness and set yourself up for a long-term sustainable success, but also so you can take your place in making the difference, whether it's in your family, your community, or the larger world. I'm all here for that. We're going to get hard in the paint, as the kids say. we're gonna go, or as they say, no cap. I'm not lying to you. Like, I'm all in. As I told you last night, I was literally praying and I was in tears. And I didn't know what to say to you guys. I was like, I don't even want to talk about any of this stuff. I just want to talk about, we have work to do. Like, we have a mission to do, like to love each other like never before and to love ourselves like never before. So just know that this healing work and all of this, that's where it's coming from. Okay. Then there's the Awaken Wealth Mastermind, where you're going to have connection. We're building community. Community breeds immunity when we have a common unity. And so we're all going to be vibing together again to create this field. And that's a really big part of it. In the field, as I am lifted up, I draw all unto me. As each of you have an insight and a breakthrough, like popcorn, it creates the frequency that allows others to start popping until we're all popping together. Now, you're also going to get this entire Prosperity Playground bonus with my best, dearest friend and a shaman and a healer. He's healed himself from cancer multiple times. He's helped others heal all around the world. And you're going to get this daily dose of prosperity activation, not once, not twice, but every single day live. So that if you want it, every day you're going to be able to tune in to this live activation to really keep activating that attractor pattern so that that frequency becomes permanent. Now, if you wanted to work with him and get that outside of this, it would cost you, again, thousands and thousands of dollars. I might even bring him on the calls because he's just a treasure and you need to know who he is. But we're working together. I'm doing the work in the field, and then we're doing the work together, and then he's showing up on these calls. So you're just being held and like loved from every direction and supported energetically and spiritually and emotionally and practically, as well as on all the live calls. So whatever your schedule is, whatever you think you can make or not make, there'll be replays, and there's all of these levels of love and support and healing and activation. And I've never yet heard anybody say, I didn't get enough or get everything I needed, right? It's quite the opposite. All right, so you're also going to get an entire free ticket to my 3-day live Live Your Life's Work immersion event. And this is just off the hook. After you've gone through this journey, you're going to be able to now take all of that embodied wealth consciousness and energy and go through this journey to unlock your life code. If you've already lived in your work, to take it to the next level. And if you're not, to finally launch it into the world. And it's one of the most activating weekend experiences. It's virtual, so you don't have to travel or pay for anything, but it's as powerful, if not more, than when I've done it live. You're going to get the entire event, and that's normally $997. You're also going to get Ask Derek Anything for another 60 days after the program ends. So right there, that's $5,000 in bonuses. I'm going to go faster now, so you can look at this if you need. You're also going to get another $3,000 in bonuses. So you have everything you need. You're going to get my original Emergence program. Again, no hype. That sold for $2,000. Self-Mastery Accelerator to complete the picture. For those of you that want to live your greater purpose, you're going to also get the Thought Leader Blueprint, and you're going to get Journaling Mastery. These are all programs that sell every week on my site. You're going to get all of this for free. I told you I'm not messing around. I'm giving you everything you need. So that's almost $10,000 in actual bonuses. It's just the coaching alone, just the time with me would cost you minimum this amount. So you're getting everything for free except for just my live coaching time on the call with you. That's it. That's all you're paying for. Everything else is for free. And you can also, and that's $697 for the whole thing. Or you can get started on an easy payment plan for just $197 today. Okay. So,
Oh my gosh.
so literally the cost of like Starbucks and a scone every day for a month or two, and you can really turn around your wealth story, turn around your life in ways. And again, look at all the testimonials on the page. I don't have to read them all to you. And again, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to impress upon you what this work is and what it's done. And I'm making a call because I need you to be abundant. I need you to be self-sourced. The world needs you to be self-sourced, your children, your family, your community, so that you can bring the light and bring your life and bring your gifts and fund your vision. Who here wants that? Who here wants to be self-sourced and vision and no longer say, I can't afford it. No longer say, I'm going to wait. No longer say, only if they will change. Okay. So my selfish desire is that I help to prepare more of you and support more of you to be unleashed on the world with your light and your love and your abundant consciousness so that you are the gift, right? That keeps on giving. And just post in the chat again, if anything, any questions or anything that's coming up around that. Just give me 1 second here. And again, you can start. There's also money back guarantee and all that. You can look on the page. So there's no risk. The only risk, I think, is not at least giving yourself a chance to get this. If you don't get it, got it already, if you resonate with it, right? There's no risk in doing it. The greatest risk is not. As the Gospel of Thomas says, if you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, it's what you do not bring forth, what you do not let out, that destroys you. Or as Brene Brown said, unexpressed creativity or potential is not benign, it metastasizes. So please understand, whatever is lacking in your life, it's not caused from out there. It's where you're not, for whatever reason, letting that life in you come out. It's all in you, and I'm going to help you if you'll let me. My little Jerry Maguire moment, help me to help you. I'm going to help you get in touch with what that is, define it, and unlock and get rid of whatever's in the way of it so you can receive this divine inheritance, so you can reclaim your voice and your power and that trust account and have a vision and a plan and know what to do every day to unlock and unleash this power, this life force, this love force, this wealth and abundance force, so that it's a flood into your life. And again, I can only speak with this level of certainty because I just keep seeing it happen and happen and happen. We still get testimonials from years past because it doesn't just work for those 8 weeks and then it's done. It accumulates, it has compounding interest. So it gets better and better as these habits, as these principles become habits. Again, that's the key. I'm going to help you install and instill the habits so that your wealth and your growth and your healing and your expansion is on autopilot. Okay? So if you want that, if that's worth $197 to get started and at least give it a try, then I hope you'll join us. Oh, what just happened? Somebody turned on a whiteboard or something there. Getting into there, maybe you could turn that off. And again, look on the page. I won't go through all the testimonials, but please look at those so you know it's not just my experience or a few people. There's literally pages and pages of them, right? People filling their clinics, people using the 25 ways to manifest more, which is something you'll learn, tripling their income, attaining their 40-day money miracle goal that was a stretch goal that they'd never even tried to stretch for. I'm going to show you how to do that. Again, making more in a month they've ever made, being on the verge of bankruptcy and losing their business, to turning it all around within a couple months and having their banker look at their P&L statement and be like, is this a joke? How is that possible? Right? So I love it when bankers are like nonplussed. They're like, how is that possible? That's not logical. And we're just breaking their brain, right? So this happens over and over and over again, and eliminating debt and healing relationships and healing your relationship with yourself. So go ahead and look over that if you need to. But if you know and you're resonating with this, all of those bonuses are available if you join today. And I want to just really quickly, before I open it up to coaching, just again, notice what's coming up. For some of you, there's like, oh, that's really good, but, and that's fine. Again, I'm not trying to make you do anything. Again, the point of the principle of awakened wealth is you're not here to make anything happen. but just to make it welcome. So I hope you feel this is an invitation, right? Not a demand, not a manipulation, but it is my job, like a doctor who knows what they can help a person with, what's the medicine they think will help, to make my case so that you understand. And I have not done any malpractice by holding back. Well, I better not say all these things because they'll think I'm trying to get them to take the medicine too much. That's called malpractice. So I'm making my case because I know how the mind works and how these patterns work. And we will talk ourselves out of it in self-sabotage. So just know that's why I'm sharing all this, so that you can get what you really want and get out of your own way to get it. And everything I'm talking about is everything I had to go through and grow through for a long, long time. As I said, nearly died twice. And so that hopefully you don't have to go through as much challenge and as many years and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to figure it all out as I did. Hopefully you can stand on the vibrational shoulders of all the work that's been done up to now. So one of the obstacles or objections to doing something like this is often, well, whatever it's going to cost, right? And what you want to begin to look at when you're making an investment in yourself in any way, like, well, I'm going to invest my energy here or invest my money here, but what is it going to cost me? Is I want you to ask, what has it already cost me to not get this thing figured out? Right? What does it already cost me? And I can guarantee you it's cost you way more than $697. Some of you still have clothes in your drawer or things you've bought, and if you add it all up, it's many times more, and it's all just stuff that's stagnating your energy. When you understand this, and as you circulate your abundance and invest in your biggest vision and purpose, how much more could you be earning? How much more life could you have been living? How much more love could you have been experiencing and giving? I promise you, the cost of not getting this has not just been financially more than that, emotionally, relationally, creatively. And while spiritually it's true that we live eternally, your time is running out here. The clock is ticking. So don't take for granted, I'll do it someday. I've looked on the calendar many times, there's no such day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, there is no someday. And you don't want to have your moment of a Christmas carol where you have to have the ghost of Christmas past and see your own death in order to snap out of it and start dancing in the streets and realizing this is your moment, folks. The number one regret of the dying is not they tried things that didn't work. The number one regret is that they didn't go for it. Number one, by a country mile. Okay, so this is your moment. If you want to live the life you've touched today, this vision, you want to be successful, abundant, make a difference, make an impact, provide for your family, whatever it is, and you're not doing everything in your power to live into that now, that is being out of integrity with your soul. That's not my judgment. It's a fact. And the only thing it's waiting for is for you. And understand that courage is not, I feel confident or certain. Courage is, I'm scared. I'm uncertain, but I know what is right. I know I want this. I know I'm being called to this. Courage is, I'm going to say yes to my yes. I'm going to invest in my vision. I'm going to live the best possible life I can and do whatever it takes, even though I'm scared and unconfident and uncertain. And the closer the gap, if you get that impulse and then you don't do anything for a year, that's called no courage. If you do it maybe a month later, that's a little courage. What you want is to get good at, when you feel the call, you answer it. That's courage. And you don't want to let that call go to voicemail, where the universe gets the message mailbox full for many of us, okay? So I just want you to understand the cost of not being true to ourselves, of making excuses, of putting it on layaway, putting it in the future. It feels like a relief in the short term. But then the pain and the pressure and the lack, it accrues greater, it compounds over time. I think you know what I'm talking about, okay? And so, and again, remember, you're investing all of your currency every day. So the question is, what are you investing it in? Is all of your life and love and light and intention being invested up to that vision you posted? Are you, if somebody looked at your life and looked at your credit card, bank account, conversations, and calendar, would they see all of that is aligned with your vision? Probably not. By the time you're done with this, it will be. And when thine eye is single, your whole body will be filled with light. When your vision, when your mind and your mouth and your emotions and your money and your calendar and your car, when it's all in integrity with that vision, there is the channels, it's like the sacred combination lock opens, and again the channels open up. That's what life is waiting for. It's not going to come to you, it has to come through you. Okay? So I hope I've made that point. And again, look at the page if you still have questions, or raise your hand right now. If you have questions right now about the program or stuff's coming up, fears, doubts, worries, problems, reasons why I can't, but I want to, whatever, there's no bad question. Raise your hand. And again, if you're not sure if it'll help you, look at the page and look at all of the many testimonials. And if you want more, I certainly got more, of all the different kinds of healings and breakthroughs and manifestations. If you can't find yours in there, believe me, I've got it. Okay? So let's just open it up for questions now. And again, I want to first just, anybody that has questions, oh, what just happened? Where'd all the chat go? Oh, that, oops, hold on a second. One sec. That's interesting. Oh, wait, main chat. Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, somebody was asking me in a private chat. If you're looking for the 197 link, once you go through the page and you click on the thing and it takes you, pulls out the slider to join, it'll bring you to a cart page, and then you'll get to choose either the full pay or the simple payment plan, where it starts with just 197. All right. And then just make sure, if you haven't already put it in there, put the link in there, Gideon, for people. And I'm sure you're answering questions and stuff. And again, if you're resonating with all this and you're not, like this person said here, if you're resonating and you want the outcome, but you're hearing yourself say things like, I'm just not feeling called, I invite you to raise your hand and understand what that is. It could be true. It could be my style doesn't work for you or whatever. That's obviously totally cool. But this right now is an opportunity to challenge our questions, to understand, because the mind and the ego is very sneaky, right? It comes up with all kinds of rationalizations, and understand that when you rationalize, you're just telling rational lies. They are stories and things that make some sense to us, or we've had people commiserate with us and agree with us. But if we look at our life patterns, we'll see they have not led to us getting what we want. They've led to us staying safe or comfortable, and then continuing to be able to hold on to our stories. So all I'm saying is, if you're still here listening after 2+ hours, you already know your answer. And you may not want to hear me say that, but nobody sits around for 2+ hours, 2.5 hours listening to me go on and be crazy and crack jokes and sometimes curse like a sailor and pray like Jesus, whatever it is. Like, I'm just a little nuts in a good way, hopefully. But nobody does that unless there's some frequency. And it's not about me. I'm just a messenger, right? I can be crazy and cuckoo, but there's a frequency here, and there's an energy, and there's a resonance, or you wouldn't still be here. And so you already have your answer. And I want to say one other thing is, like, in life, when you find you're just interested in things, but then you don't do anything about it, you want to understand what that is. I want to say one other thing. if you're still here and you have not gone to the page that breaks it all down, and you have not gone all the way through it or gone to the thing and taken all the steps you can take. Here's another final secret, not final, but I'll share before I open the questions. What happens in life is that we have what's called learned helplessness. We have invisible barriers. So it's like they've done studies where they have a fish tank and they have like a piranha or some fish on one side and another fish on the other, and there's a glass partition, and that fish goes up to get its food, hits the glass, hits the glass, hits the glass, gives up. And once it's completely given up, they remove the glass. And now that piranha fish that could just eat those fish up, it swims right up to where the glass used to be, looks at its food, and turns around and goes back to its corner. And it starves to death. There was nothing in the way, except it didn't go all the way that it could. There's another example, you may have heard this, where elephants, they're trained with a very tight, strong chain when they're babies. And as they get older, all they need is to feel a little tug and they think they're chained down. And so these massive elephants, thousands of pounds, you just have to have a rope on them. And if they just feel it, they think they're chained to the ground. And there's been a case at least once where there was a fire in a circus and the elephants just stood there and burned to death. They could have tore the circus down with a sneeze, but they didn't move. So what does that have to do with us? Right now, a lot of you want this support. A lot of you want this breakthrough. And you are not taking all the steps you could, even if you think you can afford it, and even if you can't afford it, you can still take all the steps available to you. And it's a metaphor. So for example, you can go to the page, you could look at it, you could take it seriously. And then you could take the next step. You could look at the card page, you could fill out all your information. And you're like, well, no, you're going to reach out and grab my credit card. No, I'm not going to do that. But notice that you don't take all the steps. And you might be saying, well, why should I? I can't afford it. But I want you to know that you're doing that all over the place in your life, right? This is one of the first gifts, the giving out. Like you stop, like if you're walking down the street and you're supposed to find the red door, and you're like at the end of the street, like, I don't see any red door, and I don't really know what's down there, so you don't keep walking, or there's some boulders and you need to walk around them, and you just assume there's no red door. But if you kept walking as far as you could walk, suddenly a whole new vista opens up, and you see that just around the corner, the red door was always there. And now this is true energetically. You may not be able to afford it from this place because your channel is closed. You've decided, I can't do it, I don't have the time, I can't afford it, whatever your reason is. And again, this applies to anything in your life. And so but the truth is, I can move towards what I want. I can move towards what I want, right? I can't afford it, I don't have the time, but I want it. Okay, let me take the next step I can take. I'm going to look at the page. I'm going to imagine. I'm going to feel what it feels like to move towards it. I still can't afford it. Don't trick me. But I can still take the next step towards what I want, which is open the cart, and I can fill out the information as if. And if you do that in any area of your life, what are you doing? You're actually opening up the channel. You're acting in integrity with your desire. And what I've seen this happen so many times, that's why I'm sharing it. Even if all you do is fill it out and leave it on your screen, people reporting, there was no way I could have done it. There was no way. And I thought you were stupid. You were trying to trick me. But I did it anyway. I just took the steps I could take. And I don't know how this happened, Derek, but all of a sudden, I suddenly had an idea. And then suddenly this thing happened and this thing happened. And then, or I got a call, or I opened up this and suddenly there was a check or whatever. So many times. Now, what happened? They opened up the channel. They began to act from that desire, from that vision. and energy that was stagnant started to flow. And carried on the winds of that energy was an inspiration, an idea, a new way of seeing that opened up a blind spot and allowed more of them that was always there to flow in and meet their desire. I really want you to hear this. It's in a way, it's how it all comes together, because this, it's already in us. And all these places in our life where we want something, but we're not, and we could take 1 or 2 or 3 or more actions, but we don't, because we've decided based on our energy and our belief that we can't get the final outcome, but we can take all of the steps. And then we discover there's not a wall there. And suddenly the flow starts, and suddenly there's momentum and inspiration. And when we started back here down the street, who we are 3 steps forward is a whole different vista and a whole new level of energy. Out of nothing, suddenly we've manifested. Does that make sense? From a show of hands, you guys understand this principle? Whether you follow it or not, I want to make sure you see how it all comes together. That's how you can create out of nothing, is act in the direction of your dream, take all the steps you can until you're literally hanging off the cliff, and then you can just decide to walk it back from there or step back. Take all the steps you can. And right now in this field, you can practice it. Again, there's no trick here. You don't have to do anything. Just take all the steps. If you want this help, take all the steps in the direction of it. Fill out the form, put it on your screen like a screensaver, and see what happens. And before you even get there, you might notice energy is changing, something is shifting. Okay? Let's see, I'll put this in there again just in case. And then I'm going to start with questions. And again, any questions you have, challenge me, or if you're confused, or if you think I'm full of it, I want to make sure, don't be shy. If you're not absolutely clear, if you want this support, but you are struggling, or if you don't understand something, do not leave here without asking for what you need. Okay? Let's go over. Is it Detrell? Make sure I say your name right.
It's D. Terrell.
D. Terrell.
Yes.
Good to see you, my dear. Good to watch you smiling and laughing.
Thank you so much.
You're so
So
welcome.
I'm in, and I don't have a problem with anything you just said. I did look at the page. I was flabbergasted with the price because I can't even, I'm speechless. But so
Yeah, just
that's
so you
not
guys
the,
know, yeah, I'm not doing this to make a bunch of money. Like, believe me, this is not a change in my life. I'm doing this because with the reason I said, and all of my partners are like, you need to be charging 3 or 4 times that much, but that's not.
I agree. I agree. I'm actually experiencing a lump in my throat because that's not the situation. The situation is with me.
Mhm.
I just feel like when I saw it, inside of me just started jumping up and down. I was just so excited. And I'm like, but you're going to do what you always do. You buy the course and then you don't do anything after that. So that is my number one biggest consideration.
Anybody else, for show of hands, tell the truth. It's very, very common. So as the famous psychologist Bob Newhart said, stop it. So yes, I understand that. Now here's the thing. Understand that you can have that fear. And I'm going to show you how, because what happens is that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because you believe that feeling means it's true, means I'm going to do that again. And what I'm going to show you is how that feeling is not, as I already said in the beginning, that emotion is not driving the boat. It's a projection of previous experiences, and underneath it, more importantly, there's a reason why you start and then you hit a threshold. Is that coming from you or someone else? I'm going to mute it real quick and then unmute you again. Go ahead, unmute yourself again. So what happens is, and I'm gonna do a whole class just on this, on the success pattern, so that you can all be set up for success. Believe me, I've been doing this for 20 some years. I understand that challenge. And what happens is you start doing something and you're all gung-ho at first, And then you recapitulate these core patterns. You hit a threshold and you either feel overwhelmed or busy or confused. And we're going to unpack what is that specifically for you. And then before you know it, you've just gone a little to the right, little to the right. And then before you know it, you're off track and you default. So the program is designed. And again, I'm going to set it up right from the beginning to let you know exactly what are those thresholds, why do you do it, where does it happen, and how I'm designing it to set you up to pull you back in again, okay? And I want to say to you and to everybody that feels that fear, there is an ultimate aspect of this where it's incumbent on you to remember you are the source. And so if you want to finish this, make that commitment. No matter what, I'm going to get everything I need out of this and more than I can imagine. And I'm going to take it all the way through no matter what. I'm making that sacred vow and pact with myself, with my spirit, and I have the power and the capacity to do that. And then you can notice the voice, notice the fear, and I'm going to be there when you hit the threshold. Because again, the reason why we're not manifesting what we want is we hit these thresholds, we don't know it, and then we recapitulate the old patterns before we know it, and we're just circling the runway again. Then we come around eventually and we start the pattern all over again. This course is designed to break that, okay? Just so you know. And then the final thing I'll say about this, my dear, and to anybody who's hesitating to say yes to themselves because you have this, I just can't bear to be disappointed again. I just can't bear to start and not finish again and have my heart broken and feel like an idiot and a loser. And I just can't put myself through that. If that's stopping you from going forward, I want you to understand that's the ego making you think that's a good logical choice. I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to feel stupid. I don't want to just fail again. But then what is it? What are you actually saying yes to? Therefore, I'm not going to try anymore. I'm not going to try anymore because I may not finish it. And understand you only have two choices, choose life or choose death. And if you, because you're afraid you're going to fail or do the same thing again, stop saying yes, even if it takes you 1,000 tries, you are choosing death. You are choosing stagnation, and you only have two choices, right? Success is a series of failures. And I'm also going to help you see how even all those times you think you failed, you didn't, right? A baby learns to walk by falling, and they just keep falling, but eventually they learn how to control their falling. How? By doing a lot of falling, right? And every time they get a little bit further or they catch themselves a little bit sooner, and walking is just controlled falling. And so is success just controlled failing. So we're going to clear that trauma response so that you understand you haven't failed. You've been learning how to walk and learning how to succeed with sustainability. All right.
Something just came up too that in the past that I feel like I have done, the times that I have done every single thing that people have said, and I still didn't get the result,
Yes,
that just came up just now.
that's great. So you're beautiful. I'm glad you're bringing this up because it's the same basic idea. And what I want you to see, if any of you are having these thoughts, behind these thoughts, you've been wired by the world. It's not your fault. You didn't create these programs to feel like you are at the effect of the world. Because understand whether here's the thing, you're going to get stuff out of this program I'm not even putting into the program. If you set this intention, I'm going to get everything I need and more than I can imagine, you're going to get what you need even if I don't give it to you. That's how powerful you are. And what I'm here to help install and instill in all of you is your sovereignty, your agency. You know how many things and programs I took and things I tried? Oh, I did everything, it didn't work. No, you didn't do everything, because if you really did everything, it would work, right? And but we get into these loops, and what it really is it gives us a good reason to again default to a core feeling of powerlessness or hopelessness or a belief it's never going to work for me. And it's that belief or that emotional pattern that is creating an experience so that you can go, see, it's true. I can't get what I need or want. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, exactly.
And that's what we need to break through. It's not the teacher or the teaching. You could, if you were in your full sovereignty and power, knowing that I get everything I need and more than I imagine, no matter what, you could walk into the forest right now and come out bejeweled in gold. Like you would get whatever, you would literally hit a stone and turn it into gold. Like you would have that power. And I see that smile right there. That's
Mhm.
queen. That's the one that knows who she is. That's what I want to help unlock in you. I don't teach every single possible idea you can teach. Nobody does. But I know that when I help you to flip that script, this isn't about Derek's got the answer. This isn't about anybody outside. This is about me giving you back to you and showing you where you've taken yourself out. And also seeing that it's not because of a class or a teaching or a thing, it's because of a belief or an emotion. And that's like an attractor pattern or a magnet that keeps recreating a situation that allows me to go, see, I can't, it doesn't
Mhm.
work. Are you all understanding, picking up what I'm putting down?
Yes, yes,
Great. Thank you for
yes.
sharing, my dear.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You too. And again, if any of you are struggling with this, let me just move that there. Let's go over to Carolyn. If this is bringing up any questions.
Hello.
Oh, hold on one second. Give me a second. Yeah, you can post some of these in the chat too if you can't raise your hand, and I'll get over there in a minute. Hello, my dear.
Hi, I'm here because I heard your more of your story on the Year of Miracles presentation
So
on
beautiful.
Wednesday.
What an amazing team.
I've been hearing your name for a number of years, but again, until I get introduced by someone I trust, because I've been around this game for a very long time. I met
Sure.
Jose Silva in person
Oh,
when I
nice.
was in college.
Nice.
So, and lots of folks in between. My question is, I have done a lot of things. I've gotten a lot of results, but I'm still nowhere close to where I want to be.
Mhm.
And I just starting a new program about that has to do with rewiring because I know I need to rewire stuff.
Yes.
My question has more to do with I have a full-time job and I'm a fine artist. This is some of my glass art behind me.
Mhm. Beautiful.
Thank you. I'm starting to be in shows to sell it, etc. So I've got so much going on. If I can attend the sessions and I see that are a time that I can actually work, because it would be at lunchtime on Wednesdays. Whoop.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Gideon, and find whoever that is. Go ahead and unmute yourself again, Carolyn.
That is the weirdest. Now you're muted.
Now I'm muted. Yeah, there we go.
That is the weirdest thing. I am on a lot of Zoom calls the last several years, and I've never seen that one.
I know. I'm like, unmute, mute, mute. It's like 800 people. It's like, no, I'm
But
not going
I
to
see
mute.
how many people are on here. Okay, my
Yes.
question is,
So this is an
I
issue
am
of,
so close to overwhelmed now
yeah,
to do everything. And I've got my late husband's two global scale technologies that I'm trying to find homes for. My mother was on the world stage. I'm not afraid to be out there. I'm not
I
afraid
feel
to,
it. No, I
I
feel
believe
it.
in myself,
Yes.
but I'm still, we should have been wealthy many years ago and the committed funds didn't come through.
Yeah.
I've been through foreclosure. I've been through all that crap. So I know I didn't have a death of a child. But I
You've
get it.
been through some stuff. Yeah.
I've been through some serious stuff and I really want to have some serious abundance now and give back and do a lot and do my art.
Yeah. So, well, already there is a part in there, and you gave a few examples. There's a lot of light in you and a lot of clarity in you and a lot of power in you. I saw it right the minute you showed up. And that's great. There's not a lot in the way, but there is still a bit of a story, and you just touched on it because I was trying to see what that is. And there is still an aspect around like we should have been rich,
Yeah.
right?
I should
And
have
so-
been wealthy 25 years ago. I mean,
Yeah.
this is,
And so part of that became a wound, and a wound is when we believe a lie about the truth of us in order to survive or to keep going. That's what a core wound is. And it's part of what got you to go and do more and grow and become more. And part of that was a reaction to that. And so it's got some scar tissue, and it's also got you potentially doing more than you are meant to be doing. And, nature never needs a day planner because nature can never go against its nature. We need day planners because we're doing all kinds of stuff that's not ours to do.
Yeah.
And so that's the first thing to understand. Part of what I'll help you see and unpack is, and hopefully even now you can start to see it, is that you were driven by a wound or by a shadow. I won't be broke, or that won't be my lot in life, or whatever. And again, the good news about that is you've developed so much. You're very strong, you're skilled, I can see it and feel it. But it is still, we have to let go of that part that is still holding on from a place of resentment or anger or loss. And then and then if I was just doing what is truly mine to do, not, well, I also got to get this business going and get my dad's thing or my late husband's thing or whatever, but just what's mine. Like you have a tree and there's a lot of branches that haven't been pruned and the tree can't fully blossom. There's a need to prune and cut away. And it might feel inside of you at some point, I'm going to lose something, or I need all those options. And if you are willing, letting go of and cutting away and having the courage to just choose what is absolutely the truth, that's where the burst of energy and opportunity is going to happen. Does that make sense? Hold on a second. Let me mute this person.
yeah, I saw
Sorry.
that one. I saw.
Does that make sense to you?
I'm
That's the first
really
part.
listening very, yeah, because they're clearly, I have the feeling I'm trying to do too much.
The mix on Saturday.
Hey, Lindsay, you got to keep yourself.
They keep unmuting. That's
Keep
weird.
unmuting, yeah. I don't want to have to take you off, so please keep muting. Keep an eye on them, on Lindsay, Linsey, Gideon. Yeah, so you already know that.
Yeah.
And part of that is coming from that I just described, and without going into it right now, there's an earlier moment that was a recapitulation of a deeper core pattern that happened much earlier. And again, it's part of what's driven you to become so strong and so capable and so skilled, which is always how it works. But then if we're still being driven to some degree by that energy of the wound, there's a lie under there that's still driving us. And then the fuel becomes dirty fuel. And again, we tend to scatter or do too much. And we seem so busy, but we're not producing at the level we really want. And part of that is that, ironically, busyness is one of the trickiest and greatest acts of procrastination. And it's a procrastination from just that is mine. And right there, that's your shadow laugh. Okay. So it's like busted. So that's the shadow laugh. So that's, just in these few minutes, that's what I'm seeing and feeling. Now, what's different about what we're doing here, as you can hopefully see right now, is it's not about adding another thing to do, right? It's about creating a container in which whatever you're doing, we can now hold it and we can actually work towards the pruning of the tree and the cultivating the soul and the clarity of what the vision is. And these patterns in just these few minutes that I'm helping you to see, imagine what would be possible in 8 weeks, right? So in many, many hours together. And it's about, because it's not that you don't have enough time or energy. Everything in the universe has the same amount of time and the same amount of time. It's about what you're focused on. It's fragmented because of what I was just talking about. Does that make sense?
It does. because what I really want to be doing is spending most of my time doing art in a new home with an art studio, et cetera. And I know there's a new partner out there for me. I mean, I was blessed. I had my soulmate for over 30 years in my life. I mean, we were one hell of a pair.
Yes.
And he was a brilliant development scientist. But
Yes.
so I feel blessed, but at the same time, I'm here in a rented apartment. I should be in,
Okay, again,
it's
just notice the should. You're
yeah,
shooting all over yourself, and you cannot fertilize your soul with should. So just understand that. And so what's so powerful about you is you're very fertile for this breakthrough because it just keeps popping up in the conversation even right now. But I
yeah.
should, and
Well,
that should is what's driving you away from yourself, not to yourself. And like you just said, you want to do this. So my support will be, again, getting the clarity for you to start focusing in. That doesn't mean you'll necessarily stop doing everything, but there might be some things. But again, you cannot grow a seed if you have if you're not allowing all the life force to serve that seed. And you've got your real seed, but you've got all these made up seeds, and your life force is coming in, and the currency is paying for all of these made up ideas of who you think you are and what you think you should have or should do. So imagine you've got 10 seeds and 9 of them are not real. And all that energy is getting frittered away, and your one seed is like, Mama, it's like starving and hungry for more life force. So we have to feed that. And as you see that, and as you break through that, because the workshop you're living is the one you're meant to be giving, that this journey, it's going to help you see even more what your art and your message and your work is. It's all embedded in this, it's all encoded in this particular pattern. So make the time is my invitation for this breakthrough, because if you just get this one thing clarified, it's going to be orders of magnitude in terms of the leverage you'll have on the rest of your life. You're spread too thin.
Yeah.
You're still holding on to should, and it's not allowing you to be present, to plant, and to feed. Okay, hold on one second. Hey, Gideon, we might need to remove Lindsay or put them in the waiting room, maybe. I hate to do that, but we have to do that if they keep unmuting on accident because it's disruptive. If you can hear me, Lindsay, we love you. Just keep yourself muted for now. But do you understand what I'm saying, Carolyn? And so don't think of this like it's another to-do on your to-do list.
Because it's so much is feeling like that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. And again, there's that great shadow laugh of yours. So if all you're doing is do, you get a lot of do.
Now you're calling it a shadow laugh. I'm not.
Yeah, I'll explain more of that when we're doing the work. A
Okay.
shadow laugh, it's a part of you that you've rejected or judged, and it gets projected. When that wound happens, there's parts of you decided that were bad or wrong, or things in the world you would never be or be like, and it gets repressed or rejected, and you push away from it in order to be something else. And that's like resistance training, like lifting weights. It makes you stronger on one side, but it makes you weaker on the other. And when we reintegrate that back, I don't have time to take it all the way down with you now, but we will. When you reintegrate that back, you get back a lot of energy that's being leaking out or projected out. And you're no longer being driven to build the life that you want as a reaction, as an unconscious reaction to, I will not have that, or I'll never again, or I should have. It'll be coming from that pure place of real.
And coming and that being an artist is a value. One of the things I was taught growing up is art is a nice thing to do on the side. It's not something you do as a full,
Exactly.
And I've been in business and everything else. But this is, and the last
And
question
I have a
is,
lot of artists in this community. I'm an artist. I was an artist. I grew up, my dad saying you can't do that. You can't make a living. So I understand that whole pattern. And
I mean,
if you'll let me, I'll help you break through.
I appreciate it. And if I can just attend and listen to the 8 sessions, is that sufficient, or is there a lot of other work that needs to be done in addition?
Well, there's no work that needs to be done. I'm not going to let you go. So you see, so notice all that. It's about what do you need to get it to work for you. And so there's the modules. You're going to get all access to the modules where you can go in and do the self-study. Then we're going to unpack it on the live calls, and I'm going to coach you. And I usually stand and coach everybody, even if it takes me 3 hours. And so I'm giving a lot of work, and you can ask questions in advance. If you can't make it, send them in support, and I'll answer them in depth on the call. So you'll get that in the replay. And these calls, you'll get all the information, but there's also an energy, they're encoded energy. And so you'll be able to listen and feel the activation. There's also the quantum healing I'll be doing for you every day. There's also the mastermind that you can go in and out, ask questions, support each other, get my support. And if you ask a question and tag me and I answer it 24/7. So there's all these layers I built so that busy people that have other stuff where it doesn't always fit into their schedule. I have people all over the world. So obviously I can't have every class be the right time for everybody.
Right.
But if you show up in the field with that intention and you get whatever you need, that means I want to talk to Derek. I'm gonna change my lunchtime or I'm going to make time, then you're
No,
going
I
to
already checked my schedule. I can
Right.
do it even with
Right.
all the other stuff going on.
Great. So this is
And
about what I want. Again, I'm reminding you and everybody, I'll even tell you when we get into the work and the success strategies, you don't have to do everything unless you want to and you feel like it will give you what you need or you're not getting the results you want. It's about I'm taking you on a journey and creating a container. And if you go in with your vision and your intention, which again we'll clarify when we start, and you let me and my team and this field give you what you need and ask for what you need, then you can have a major breakthrough. And people that have been busy, people that couldn't make the live calls, still had major breakthroughs. People just sitting there listening to the replay, having an activation, suddenly the phone rings, somebody's calling them, suddenly their husband just got a big bonus out of the blue. How did that happen? I didn't even talk to Derek, or whatever. It's like, because that's the field doing the work, and it's also me cultivating the
I
field.
absolutely get
I know
about
you
the
know
field
all
and orienting it. It's just, and I've been doing a lot of clearing with
Of course.
neuro NLP and all kinds of other stuff and emotion
Yeah.
code work. But yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So you're going to come play with me so I can help you get it.
Yes, yes.
I can't wait. You're going to be a fun one because again, your art is gorgeous and you're right on the edge and you're so available and coachable, meaning the energy can move through you really quickly. So I
Good.
can't
That
wait to
because
support you.
there's a last whatever blocks that if I can just break through that, I know I can.
Listen back to this call because I want you to be prepared and go in even more fertile because what we just talked about is the breakthrough, my dear. It's right here. And I'm going to hold that and I'm going to help you through that if you're willing. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's take a breath for Caroline. All right, let's go to Tina. Actually, give me one sec, Tina. I'm just going to lower my desk. I've been standing for 3 hours, so give me a minute here, and I'll just add your spotlight. And just give me one sec, everybody. Just give me one more sec, just adjusting the screen. All right. Hello, my dear. What's your question?
Thank you for that beautiful moment to pause. I saw your photo and it just inspired me to take a moment and breathe and pray as well. So
Breathing is a good thing.
I too saw you on the Yom presentation the other day and truly appreciate, and I've clicked into some of the teachings trainings that you have, and am filled with gratitude for your knowledge, your wisdom, your experience, and all that you're sharing with us, and feel similarly called to also be on that path of sharing that information. So I just want to express that deep, profound gratitude for how you're showing up in the world. So thank you. Um,
It's my greatest joy. My greatest joy for anybody that is feeling that is to help every individual to awaken to their true identity and divinity and destiny, and to live it fully, so that together we can create a world that works for all. If you're in for that, that's my jam. So let's go.
I'm spreading that same fruit on my bread too.
Yes.
Absolutely. Feel that so deeply. And as a new coach, that's exactly, I say, helping other people live their best lives is me living mine.
Yes.
And that includes me also living mine as I'm helping other people live theirs. It's both.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
you said something interesting. There's a question that I've had in this spiritual world for a while, because I too have a lot of awareness of this, and I'm working to live these things, and know I have blocks that need to be cleared, but continue to do that. The things that comes up financially for me in my own relationship myself, and in my relationship with my husband, is a lot of indiscriminate spending. So lots of income coming in, but going currently further into debt. And I realize that's a story, and there's blocks and things like that there. But this bit about having a budget, a conscious budget, and really planning in a conscious way, the good steward of my money, and then faith, inspiration that, like, so this isn't in my budget. I feel called to this, and I do feel its currency, its energy flow, and all of that, and let it flow through me. So there's a push pull, and what's been happening recently, I think we've collectively, my husband and I've been on a we don't have money spiral that's been showing up bigger and bigger all the time. Credit card debt building. So it's that
Well, one thing to
stopping that pattern and breaking that. Yeah, good.
One thing is to be mindful that our budget doesn't mean I'm not going to budget. I'm not going to budge it. You get it?
You're so good at that wordplay. I freaking love it. I keep writing it all down.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's the budget is first and foremost a design of a structure that is designed not to protect us, just like a boundary. Boundaries are not just to protect you, so nobody hurts you, you don't lose. It's designed to support, just like the garden. In fact, paradise means walled garden. It's a wall that is built to support the full wild expression of the garden, and not for it to fritter and spill all out and just become a big mess, right? So there's structure. That's the masculine that you need to hold the feminine, pure, raw energy. Without structure, you have chaos. You just
I know
wild
that.
everywhere. It tears up the walls, tears up your house. Okay, so you need structure. But just like a garden, or just like anything, if there's more life trying to come through, then you have to adjust the structure. And so you have to adjust the budget. Maybe you have to, for now, not do this part, move it in over here so it can move out a little over there. That's why I say structure, when we're not honoring the feminine first, when we've learned to honor that makes me feel safe or in control or whatever, that's just honoring the masculine. But when we honor the feminine first, then we create structure and adjust structure to support the feminine, rather than what we've learned to do, both literally with women and men or with structures, is we first look to what can I fit into, or what's okay or not going to be too much or taboo or break rules. And then we, instead of honoring the feminine's expansion, which is life expansion, we collapse, repress, can squeeze in and try to fit into that. And then that budget becomes where we no longer can budget. We can't budge. We're stuck. It becomes tyranny. It becomes rigidity. It becomes stuckness. It becomes a rule. And as Jesus said, Man was not made for the Sabbath was made for man. In other words, he came along to say, all these rules were made for us. If they're not serving us expanding and being alive, then you have to break them, right? And that's true with the history of us, sit at the front of the bus. I don't care what your rules are, whatever it is. So we have to also be able to break our own rules, right? And if we're just chaos, then we have to be willing to create some rule, create some constraint. So that's the dance of the masculine and feminine, right? And I will show you how to do that. We're going to go through and identify and be very real with where our money is and what we're really spending. Just like when you're dieting, you have to really get honest with what are you putting into your body and what are you expressing in terms of calories. So you have a clear understanding first. Where am I really? But that doesn't mean now you have to, like they say, the word diet, first three letters is die, right? And so the first four letters of budget is, you're not going to budget. So you have to be willing to budge on the budget. It has to be aligned to what is emerging. I'll say one other way to say this. We don't want to try to merely save our life or save the world as it is. We want to serve what's emerging. We want to serve what's emerging because who you are is unprecedented. If you already knew it and were it, you would already be in the forms of it. And so by definition, you're going to have to break, bust, or change the structures and the forms as you let more of you come out. And you can only do that if you serve what's emerging. Then we'll create the budget that allows you to make that your priority and your value. Is that making
So
sense?
I love all the things you're saying. So right now, I crave the structure of a budget because we're in the chaos mode where there's no wall around the garden and it's just spilling out everywhere, and that's a lot of just money just spilling out everywhere. But there's also this other thing that has to do with that energy exchange and allowing the currency, which I love, of the energy to flow through, which is that there are a lot of people around us who are in need, a lot of children and relatives and stuff who are asking for money and asking for money. And it feels like that's been one of the major contributors we've actually had of money going away. So it's like, I believe in the flow of the energy and the currency. So in some ways, I don't want to cut that off. But on the other hand, I'm like, but like
Well,
you have
yeah,
a
and there's a
rise
lot going, there's a
meditation.
lot in your
Yeah.
field right now. I can share a few things. I mean, one is part of it is the circuit. It's not a complete circuit. And understand that just because somebody out there needs something from you
Yep.
doesn't mean you are obligated to give it to them or give it to them in that form. Even
Yep.
Jesus was like, leave me alone, guys. Stop. I'm getting in a boat. I'm going on vacation and I'm leaving.
Yep.
It's like he couldn't heal everybody. He didn't feel guilt like he should have. So it doesn't mean that you cannot give love to everybody. It does not mean that you
Right.
cannot give prayer and blessing and know the truth about everybody, which is ultimately the highest form of giving.
Yes.
And so part of what needs to be repaired in your circuitry is there is, which is a natural thing, high in feminine energy. Again, that's chaos, but it also can become codependence. And it can become, I feel bad if I don't say yes. I feel bad if I don't give this. I feel bad. And that's where there's a broken circuit. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And
And so the work you do in the class, just bring back that to this course, that's going to help touch
100%,
that and heal it. I
100%.
freaking love you, man. You are
I
so,
freaking love you,
your
man.
your energy is so there, so real, and you really embody the way I uh, believe I am and will continue showing up in the world. I'm I'm on my way. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
You're so welcome, Tina. And I'll say one other thing. We'll get into this when we talk about the shadow work. There's the dark shadow, which is the things that push your buttons, but there's the light shadow. So when you say I love you and you see in me something, and we'll talk about this, you're seeing your light self. You're actually seeing you, right? I might be that, but it doesn't matter. You wouldn't see it and resonate with it if it wasn't in you. So as you're seeing that now, know that one of the opportunities here will be by the time we're done, you might see me and go, yeah, I like him, But all of that light you see, you're going to now own because you
And
were
I'm beaming right now. I'm just like tears in my eyes, feeling all of the truth of that.
and that's you, girl.
Yeah, it is. That is the I am.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for showing up. I will see you in class.
You got it. You got it. You're awesome.
Thank you.
And that's true for all of you. And if some of you are seeing me and going, he's so weird, he's so arrogant, he's a cuckoo, he's whatever, then that's another side of you want to own and embrace. Because there was a typo in the Bible. It wasn't the meek shall inherit the earth, it was the freak. Okay. So the freak shall inherit the earth. Jesus was a freak, Buddha, Mother Teresa, they're all freaks. And so you gotta let your freak flag fly. Don't just freak out, freak in. And we're gonna be doing that. Yes. All right, let's go over to Dominic. Hey, brother. Go ahead, unmute yourself. How can I support you today? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Awesome.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna get in the chat in a minute, guys, and answer questions. So give me a minute.
So, in the new spiritual awareness these past few years, being called to serve, being called to help,
Yes.
and I oftentimes feel overwhelmed and like that weight that you feel like you have to save the whole world stuff. And it does the opposite. I kind of just want to punch out and leave.
Yeah. What does it bring up in you? What's like the feeling or the belief?
We don't deserve it, or I don't deserve it. We don't deserve me.
Yeah.
I don't. We. Huh.
Yeah. And as you feel into that, Dominic, first of all, please know that you're not alone. There's a lot of people feeling that. There's a lot of apathy and hopelessness and darkness and it's you didn't create this and but there's an opportunity to transmute it. The darkness and the light are both alike to thee, saith the Lord. Like that's the fact. The principle is that depths of darkness or pain or hopelessness, it's like the dark soil, right? The soil is made up of everything that has died. It's literally concentrated death, but it is the substance of all life. And so I know this sounds heavy, but there is a reason why you are feeling that and in touch with that. But the message is that there is something that has to just check out. There is some part of you, some pattern, some belief that needs to be let go, that needs to die, that needs to fall away, and also a transmuting of that energy. If you're willing, this is not a mistake or an accident. You are given the opportunity to alchemize it, right? And it's bringing up something that is not the first time you felt these feelings, right? As you feel into these feelings, it's recapitulating something from a long time ago, right? An earlier moment. And and that old belief of I don't deserve it or this world is no good or whatever, that's a frame and a map of reality that you created a long time ago. Can you remember and feel how that was with you before, even before now, and that it's just been coming up again?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so from that place, you were driven to try to do a bunch of things, maybe to survive, or maybe to be different, or maybe to try to pull away from this world and do your own thing. And that has developed in you a lot of abilities. I can feel that that's part of what's allowed you to partly leave and connect more with the spirit and more with a creative or spiritual center in you. And now, as it's coming back, it's recapitulating a lot of that darkness. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you have that. You're so sensitive and empathic. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Just a new knowledge or a new way of expressing it. I didn't have words maybe or the capacity to
That's
understand.
right. And so if you're willing, this is coming up now so that again, there is millions and millions of people that share this, and your capacity to be an empath, to be creative, to be connected, and to have a very deep compassion and empathy for people, that is present with you. But it also comes with being very sensitive to all of that other stuff. Does that make sense? And if you're willing to be supported in that, I would love to support you. But the first thing I would invite you to do is whatever you're feeling or whatever the story is there is a higher truth that you're being invited to apprentice under. Wherever there's hopelessness or fear, it's telling us we're believing a lie, like I'm not enough, or the world sucks, or the world's terrible, or whatever. And it's inviting us to apprentice under a spiritual truth. So if you were to just touch that place right now, because there's something that's trying to be born in that soil. If you were to look and ask, what is beneath the pain or the sorrow or the heartbreak or the hopelessness, or what is it that wants to be born in that soil? If you could give birth to it, what is it that wants to be born? And what tell me what bubbles up?
Compassion, patience, open-mindedness,
Mm,
holding space.
yes, yes. Holding space. That is the ultimate role of the masculine, to hold the space as the chaos churns and the destruction happens. Hold the space. I'm going to be strong enough to hold the space for that churning and burning and transforming until that life force can emerge and take form. I'm going to have compassion. One of my mentors, Michael Beckwith, who has been to the other side many times, he talked about once he was there and there was these like angelic beings and they were holding this man who had done some very dastardly dark things or experienced some very painful, and he was in so much darkness that he could not cross over. And these beings were holding him, just whispering and loving him and holding him with patience and compassion. And Michael asked them, how long have you been holding him? And they said, oh, so long based on your time, like longer than you could imagine. And it was that infinite patience that brings about immediate results. The miracle is that ability to hold ourselves, the painful, dark, hopeless, powerless parts. That gives us the strength and the resilience for the miracle, for something truly new and truly authentic to be born. And that's what's possible with you, my brother. Can you even touch just a little pinprick of that truth? Don't you know on some level that's the truth about you, even though it's hard?
Yeah, even though it's hard. Yeah.
Yes. So that's what you need to hold and keep putting your attention back, even though it's hard, even though I want to give up, check out, die, whatever. I know I'm going to keep fresh before me those moments of high resolve, those moments when I touched it. I know I'm here for something more. I know there's a deeper light and a greater life and a grander love. And I'm going to keep coming back because you're in a dark night right now. And a dark night is where you can't see anything anymore. You can't feel the presence. It feels hopeless, but it's also where the roots can dig much deeper. And the deeper the roots, the taller the shoots and the richer the fruits. So you're having an invitation, stay with the dark night and be and keep digging those roots, keep putting your attention back to those moments, those glimmers of grace and of truth that you've touched, so that you keep knowing that and holding that And if you will let me support you, let me and let us hold you through this. Whatever you do, just know you're in my heart now, brother. And I've got you. Whether you're in the program or not, I got you. And let yourself be supported and be held, because there is a deep work you're here to do. And I know you know it. And I also know it's really hard to remember and to see it when you're moving through that darkness. You heard my story. I know from darkness. I know from wanting to die, from wanting to check out, from powerlessness. And I also know that by being held and supported, and by learning to hold those parts of me and love them, love that pain, that darkness, and focus on that glimmer of truth, I came out the other end with a bigger heart, with greater capacity to love myself and others, and with a greater unfoldment of my mission. And that's what's in store for you. Can you feel that even a little bit?
I can feel that a lot, and
Yes.
stay
Yeah.
with it,
Yes.
get my roots to go deeper.
Yes. And look around you. You're being held right now by these individuals that are loving you and holding space for you. Let that in. Don't do it alone. You're not alone. We don't have to hold this we don't have to hold it all together. We have to hold it all together. Together we can hold anything. And that's what's present for you here. And just know, no matter what, we're not letting you go, brother. You have
Thank you.
work to do. I love you, man.
Appreciate it. I'm
You're
grateful.
welcome.
Thank you very much for your work.
You're very welcome. It's my honor. Let's take a breath for our brother Dominic. And just feel those places within you too, because we all have those places. The sadness, the hopelessness, the darkness, the powerlessness. And so just lean into this. I'm feeling it really big right now, guys. So just don't worry about me if I'm just like, just know there's a lot of love available right now. The regrets, the shame, the guilt, the things you feel like you can never make up for, the time you've lost and wasted. You're getting old, running out of time, whatever. Just in this moment, just bring your hands to your heart and let yourself be held by this love. And just bring it to those places of fear, doubt, worry, regret, guilt, shame, pain, darkness, hopelessness. And just hold yourself and know that you are held. Take a breath and surrender into the love, into the field of holding. And then just open your arms for just a moment and know that right now you have everybody in your heart and in your arms. And you have the whole world in your hands. And there are so many people. Animals and nature and mothers and fathers and children, brothers and sisters and enemies and allies that are hurting, that are scared, that are hopeless. And understand this is one of the ultimate greatest activators of abundance, which is, as you feel it for yourself now, to give it away, to hold the whole world and to love the whole world and to say in your own way, use me, love, use me, life, use me, truth and beauty and grace. I'm willing to grow and be such a big channel of abundance, abundance of all qualities, love, joy, creative genius, wisdom, money, so that I can be used to feed the 5,000, to heal the sick, to give sight to the blind, even to resurrect the seeming dead parts and places. I'm willing first to be big enough to love and hold all of me and whoever is in front of me and this community and ultimately the whole world. Knowing that it is not I that do the work, it is not my personality, not what's in my body or my bank account or my degree. It's this infinite, limitless source of all within me. As I say, yes, 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 I'm willing. Make me an instrument big enough so that whatever demand comes my way, whatever need comes my way, whether it's from my personality or anyone or anything, clients, colleagues, that I am a channel that can pour forth the answer. It's happening right now. We are being stretched and strengthened and made ever bigger channels and instruments of life. And so it is. All right, let's go over to Judy. Try to get, oh, actually, before I do that, let me look in the chat for a moment and see what, any questions I didn't get to. So again, if we might change some of the class schedule, we have a baseline, but depending once we know who's in the group, then we can do some staggered classes. And also remember, even if you can't make, and again, this is about you getting what you need. So if you work a job, can you change your lunch hour? Can you do it on your lunch break? I've been in all these situations where I worked a job and I had to, take a day off every once in a while to get in some of the classes in a program, or I had to change my lunch. This was about me claiming my agency and sovereignty, because please understand, life is not going to wait for you to have time. Life is not going to wait for you to have the right schedule. That's you once again putting the cart before the horse. If your child was sick and needed you to take off on Wednesday, would you say, sorry, kid, I can't do it? Or whatever's in the way? No, you would do it. And so understand that we will step in front of a train for our child or our loved one, but we won't step out of our comfort zone for ourselves. Oh, I don't have time. I can't afford it. I worked that day. You understand what I'm saying? So I understand we all have things. And the reason our life isn't different is for all of the excuses we keep making for why we can't. So if you want this, this is about you reclaiming your agency and making the time. That's opening out a channel right there. And again, I know it's hard, but wherever it's hard, that's where the greatest potential is. You can do hard. You must do hard. You must make an evolutionary demand on yourself, or you will stay the same. Wherever the wall is, where you stop, my schedule, my energy, my time, my bank account, my body, all of the treasure you've been wanting is on the other side of that wall. Okay? If you go to the gym and you only do the reps you can do, there's no growth. There's only maintenance at best. Okay? So whatever is your reason, please know, if you want this, if you want help, this is not about me, but I'm telling you how to have your breakthrough. I've had my back against the wall and I had to use my rent money to join a program. I've had to cancel engagements and appointments. I've had to have hard conversations with my wife or my kids or whatever. I've had to do all manner of difficult things to say yes to my yes, knowing that as I do, I will be of greater service to everybody. I've had to look bad, get judged, all of that in order to break through that limited thing that I had created out of fear, lack, and limitation and obligation, and open out a way for that imprisoned splendor to escape again. That's how I went from broke, broken, and suicidal to multi-million-dollar businesses and books and movies and love and houses. And that didn't happen just because, oh, this fits into my schedule, right? No. If it fit into your schedule, you'd already be doing it. Now, and I'm not pressuring you. I hope you see I'm trying to give you a pearl of great price, a breakthrough. If it fits, you would already be doing it. If you can already afford it, you would already be investing in it. And I don't just mean afford it in terms of money. I mean afford it in terms of taking the leap, taking the risk. You understand? The life you've got right now is built on the old map, including the people you're around and the conversations you're in. So you have to be willing to cut some of the branches off, to open up some of the places in your schedule that are uncomfortable, to invest up to the vision, not down to the comfort zone, to take a step off that chasm and trust the bridge will appear beneath your feet, like in Indiana Jones. And so if you want it, if you want the breakthrough, if you want the vision, that's your yes. That's the signal. If you're resonating with me and you're still listening now 3.5 hours later, you already know it's a yes, no matter what your mind's telling you. But now you need to come into alignment with your yes. And please know that may require, in fact, always in some way, that you step out of your comfort zone, that you break a rule, that you cancel a thing, that you change your schedule, that you say no to something you were saying yes to, that you have a hard conversation that could upset the apple cart. Why? Because you have to have a different life eventually that is designed to be in integrity with this yes. And I'm going to show you how. Okay? I've done it and keep doing it until it's now pretty much a habit. That's what I'm going to help you to do. So if you're looking for the reason why you can't right now, understand the yes doesn't come now for you to do it later. There's only now. There is no tomorrow. There is no future. There is no past. So if you're here and you're feeling the resonance, that's how life works. It's now. The miracle is now. And however we can shrink the gap between when I feel the resonance, I say yes. I step in and I open out a way for it. That's going to allow you to quantum jump, to time jump, because there's a correlation between how long between feeling it and saying yes to it. As I said before, most people don't have any courage. They keep waiting for the condition to be right. That's not courage at all. That's being a coward. And again, there's no judgment. I'm just telling you what's true. Courage is, I feel the yes, I say yes. To you, not to me, right? This is about you, with you. If you really want it, I'm giving you the the rarely shared truths. Most people don't want to tell you the truth. Sometimes they just want to comfort you, comfort the afflicted. But I'm here also to afflict those comfortable parts, because that's where the breakthrough happens. Cool? So, and again, there's replays, there's quantum healing, there's the mastermind where you can ask me questions. There's lots of things. There's all the modules, there's all the bonuses. You will have more than enough to have your breakthrough, even if you have to miss some classes. Don't let a schedule stop you from having your miracle. Okay? My invitation is don't let anything, if you resonate with this. And that's not about you being in my program only. I hope you're getting it. It's a principle. Let me just see if there's any other questions in here. And I hope, Dominic, you look in the chat to see all the beautiful outpouring of love for you, brother. That's nice. Dominic means of the Lord. Yep.
Let's look and see if there's any other specific questions. By the way, how about if you're still here and I didn't answer your question, could you do me a favor and just repost it if you're still here? So I don't have to scroll through. Oh, there's some good ones here. So I have to scroll through all of the. I understand, Sue, if you can't stay awake. Let's see. I know it's getting late for some of you. Let's just see if there's any questions. Maybe Gideon, if you're there, if there's any questions I haven't asked or answered rather, post that in the thing and then just keep posting it until I answer it. Yes, you have access to the program for a lifetime and all the recordings. Oh, somebody's asking about, I think, how do unconscious people get rich? Yes, this recording will send you a replay. So yeah, so again, because it's principle, right? It's the same way. It's not being a good person or a nice person that allows you to be abundant. It's understanding the principle, right? If I'm a really good person, just full of love, and I don't understand the principle of electroconductivity, and I stick my finger in the light socket instead of a light bulb, or I wire it wrong, I'm going to get electrocuted, or I might burn my house down, right? But if I'm a dastardly, terrible person, but I know the principles of electricity, my wiring is going to be better than yours. And I'm going to have more light and electricity in my house. God is no respecter of persons. It is not personal, it's principle, right? The sun shines on everybody's garden, no matter, but if you cover your garden or you don't know how to cultivate your garden, your plants won't grow. But if the terrible bad person or unconscious person knows how to cultivate the seeds, you look over the fence. Why is Bob's garden growing so well? He's a jerk, right? That's not fair because Bob knows the principles of gardening and you don't. So that's an important breakthrough of a busting of a myth. It's not about being a good person or a bad person. There's no such thing of that, by the way. There's only God being and limited beliefs and the egoic universal beliefs. It's about understanding the principles and becoming in integrity with them. And that's what I'm going to show you. That's why it doesn't matter what you've done or where you've been or who your parents were or your karma or your astrology or Mercury in retrograde. When you know the principle and you integrate it, you know how to practice it, it must work. Cool? Awesome. Okay, let's go to Judy now. And if there's any questions I haven't answered, post them again in the chat or raise your hand. We'll go a little bit longer, not that much longer, but I like to try to answer all the most urgent questions. Hey, Judy, what's your question, my dear?
I really always resonate with what you're teaching. And
Yeah.
it's like, as I was listening to you talk about all the initial principles that block people from abundance, I feel that whatever I was doing 20 years ago, I was working with that because I didn't have a problem with money. I worked really hard. I was a practitioner. I felt secure going towards retirement. And then it all seemed to unravel 20 years ago when I got Lyme's disease, and my focus then was getting well and spending a lot of money on healings that weren't covered by insurance. And that feeling has continued for all this time, that it's this outpouring of the next learning, the next thing that will get me to the next level. And I feel that I've learned a lot and evolved a lot. And things come to me like the teacher or the opportunity to do something, but not the money, in the bank account that would make me feel more secure about the future. I feel very insecure, but I seem to have been doing what was right in life because it's not a historical problem with money. So now I feel like unsure. My tendency is to take another course, try to shift my consciousness. And I feel that that's not really living life fully. It's more like feeling it's outside of me. So there's this conflict because I am learning and I am growing from people. But then I feel like classes I want to make sure I'm in, make sure I'm absorbing, make sure I'm trying to practice. And it same time feels like it's outside of me.
Well, let me speak
And
to
so
that,
there's
because
this,
that's a very common question that people have. Is they get to a certain point and they're like, well, I feel like I need to just not do anything else and just figure it out myself, because otherwise I'm making it outside of me again. And you say, Derek, that we're the source and nobody outside of us is the source. So it's a reasonable question. And so, and there is, and it can be true if you really know all of this stuff. If you already have all of this and you're just not living it, you're not practicing it, and you have other means of support and holding you accountable, it could be the case that you could do it. But here's where we want to, this is our thinking, and we want to bust our thinking. Let's just say you had a child, and you know this going through medical challenges and physical challenges, but let's say you had a child who was sick with something, and you had taken all these courses to figure out what was wrong and gone to all these doctors. Would you just eventually say, well, I shouldn't have to keep trying to figure out how to heal them or heal myself? I'm not, even though this seems like there's a piece here I could get, I'm not going to do it because I shouldn't have to, because I'm putting my power. Or would you be like, I'm going to keep learning and practicing and getting help until I've solved it? Which one of those would you do?
it was a child outside myself, definitely would do whatever it took.
So again, notice how you made that distinction. And that's what I said before. We'll step in front of a train for a child or a loved one, but there's a point to which we won't step out of our comfort zone for ourselves. So that's part of that, right? Well, if it was a child, sure. If it was somebody else, but when it comes to me, I shouldn't, right? So that's one piece. But the other piece is there's things you know, and there's things you understand, and there's things that are working. And if it's not working, to stop for whatever reason, if you resonate, only if you resonate and you want the outcome of these things, to stop getting the help you need, which is about you learning and growing and embodying what you need so that you can get the result you want, is a form of self-sabotage for any reason, right? It's like, well, I shouldn't be hungry, I shouldn't need to have more food. It's like, if you need something and it can help you, then you should get it. Again, the only example or that I'm saying is, if you know that you already know, and you already know the principles and the practice, and you have support, and you keep leaning on somebody in a dependent way, then like if you were doing that with me, I would probably be the one that would cut you off, right? Like Jesus said, if I don't leave, you guys aren't going to get the point. You think not, you think it's about me. So if you think it's all about the person and you're putting somebody on a pedestal, you got to stop that. But if it's about, I want to master this, I want to really get this once and for all, I want to solve this problem, then the most self-loving and empowered thing is keep doing and learning and getting whatever you need to solve the problem. Does that make sense in the most practical way?
Yeah, so at a
Why
practical
go on
level,
and suffer and struggle and not know what exactly to do if you could get what you need to solve it? That's the point.
but I think part of the suffering now is trying to absorb everything. I mean, all the places and programs I put myself in, and
Yeah.
always I'm not totally getting it, or maybe I should re-listen to it. I think that I pull myself in many directions, thinking this is needed, that's needed, and I'm trying
Yes.
to take your view of
And we
is
talked about this. Part of that for you is, part of that suffering is you're not having the courage to own that you already know so much about who you are and what you're meant to do. And it's scary to make that decision and cut away. So there's a lot of other things that you're spreading yourself because you don't fully trust the answers you've gotten and that you know, and that who you know you are. And you do need, and I've said this to you just the other day, to get out there and practice it and to live it for sure. So that's true. You're right about that. And maybe you already have that with this in terms of these principles. But if not, it just because you know that you should stop trying to be scattered too much and you need to focus and actually just do and practice and run the experiment, if there's an area like manifesting more abundance consistently, or whatever the case may be, that doesn't mean you don't still want to focus on the things where you do need help, right? If you've got all this stuff together, but your plumbing is springing a leak, you get a plumber. You don't go, well, I shouldn't need a plumber too because I'm already too scattered. It's like, well, your plumbing's leaking. So if you're not manifesting abundance and you resonate with something and think this would help, then both can be true. You need to do less. You need to stop searching for answers in all these other ways and trust what you know and practice it and run the experiment. And you might also need some support around how to specifically manifest more abundance in your life and more success. And those two are very much connected, by the way.
Confusing me is I think that I've manifested a lot of abundance in terms of, like attracting teachers like you, and things come to me. I'm able to do things. It's just not the money in the
Well,
bank.
yeah, well, of course, that's one kind of abundance. Yeah, everybody has abundance, right? Some people have an abundance of problems, right? Some people have an abundance of questions. Abundance is all there is. Look around you. Is there any lack anywhere, right? Even if there's just a barren desert, it's an abundance of barrenness. So abundance is all there is. It's about, are you having an abundance of who you really are? An abundance of what you need. Okay. So if you're not having an abundance of love or money or opportunity or success, there's a block there. There's a shadow or a values conflict or a channel that is corroded or closed down. And you're not and you keep telling yourself, well, I should be happy, or I have an abundance of teachers or abundance of love. But in this area, that's just a way to distract yourself. I really want and need an abundance here, and I don't have it. And so if you want that, I can help you do that. And I will tell you though, part of that's going to be continuing to support you in bringing in your focus and trusting you know who you are and what you're here to bring in the world, and starting to do that. That's going to be part of it. But there is definitely still a part of you owning your value and your worth, and that you are worthy and deserving of abundance and receiving of abundance, and that whole circuit there. And we'll definitely be getting into that in the program. Okay. And Impact's going to be ending in less than a month. So this will allow you to keep being supported and bringing that forward as well into creating an abundance of opportunity, success, and money. Does that make sense, my dear? I got to move on, but does that answer help you at least have something to contemplate? Oh, you're
Okay,
right.
thank you. I don't have disbelief that as far as I know, but
Okay. Well, I'm here for you. Just, if you have something else, post in the chat. Just know how much I believe in you, and I hope I can keep supporting you. Let me see in the chat. I have a Q in response to the Q above. People finding enormous wealth because they understand the vibration of wealth. From your response, do you mean that even if you're a complete a-hole, you can get super rich just because you understand the vibration of wealth? Yes. But in other words, yes, you answer me this. Even if you're a complete a-hole, can you have your electricity, if you know the laws of electricity and you're wiring your house, will it work? Or because you're an a-hole, will the electricity be like, you don't deserve me? No, there's no such electricity. And that's true about everything. We've personalized it all, but it's not personal, it's principle. So a sinner and a terrible person, if they know how to fly a plane, that plane's going to fly. The saint of all saints, if they don't know how to fly a plane and they try to fly, it's not going to get off the ground, or it's going to crash into a mountain. It's not about the personalness. It's about the principle. Now, that being said, you can have a lot of money, but be very poor in other ways. And so a person who has sacrificed their love, their heart, their spirit, and other values just for material gain, they struggle and suffer and have lack in a lot of different ways. Look at the story of Citizen Kane. He just burned everything and everybody to become the king and have his castle. And at the end, he's alone, he's miserable, and all he cries out for in his last breath is Rosebud. And the whole story is a investigation. What is Rosebud? And Rosebud was his sled, his one little item when he was a child. And all he craved was to be a child again, to feel joy and laughter and love and family and connection. And he had lost all of it. He was a poor man indeed. And so, what does it profit one if they gain the world but lose their soul? It's easier for the camel to fit through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter heaven. A rich man, a person that thinks all their stuff is their power, their source, their whatever, they are stuck. So don't be fooled. There are principles for having wealth sustainable and a wealth of all the things that make life worthy and valuable. And that's what we're talking about. Okay? But it's important to know it's not about being a good person. God is not Santa that puts you on a naughty and nice list. And if you just be a good boy or girl, you're not going to get a bag of coal anymore, right? There is no such God. There is no such power. There is no such force in the universe. It's not judging you. You're judging you. And by your own judgment, you are measured. Not by anybody else's judgment, not by some God. You and you alone determine how much you receive, how much you express, how much you allow of the infinite potential. You and you alone. Not some God outside of you, not some devil, not a parent, not a politician, nobody. Based on how you judge and how you withhold and what you circulate and what you don't. And if you're not circulating, there's a broken circuit, and it's broken because you have a judgment or a values conflict about that quality, and you've been wired wrong based on your map as you grew up. And I'm going to show you how that map has done that. I'm going to show you how to rewire it to get more of those circuits connected so that you can circulate and allow all of you to flow and expand and express and no longer care what anybody thinks or does, so that you can be yourself and free yourself and express more of yourself. And watch as you do that, your life changes. Your consciousness grows and expands, and it clothes itself in the form of new relationships, opportunities, abundance, etc. But it's all emerging out of you. Okay? Hope that answers your question. My other cue is I'm a jack of all trades, interested in almost everything. I want to clearly and effectively ask the universe for what I want, but I don't know what I want, what I should focus on. How do I find out what my best strengths? So we talked about this with another individual today. And I'm going to help you to dial into that. But you can just start by asking honestly, if I already had all the name, fame, and fortune I need, if I felt safe and secure and loved, who would I really want to be most? What do I really, 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 really want? Make sure there's at least 4 reallys there. What do I really, 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 really want to be, to do, to create, and to contribute if I already had the money and the security and the love? That will help to start to refine what is in you that isn't about it being a means to safety, security, or love or validation, which is what corrupts our clarity in what we really are. Because who you really are and who you're really meant to be isn't about name, fame, and fortune, or being deserving or worthy or proving anything. That's what we've created from a place of woundedness and lack and not enoughness. And so a lot of what we're going for, it's corrupted by, part of it is to get loved and liked and to be worthy and to feel secure and to feel safe and to be supported. And so it's like the wheat and the chaff, that's like a weed, they're growing together. And we haven't separated them yet. And I'm going to help you separate it so you can, it doesn't mean you can't have all those bubbles, but understand when you are being in integrity with who you are and unfolding as who you are, the byproduct, the fruit of that frequency of having and of being, that frequency is the fruit of wealth and fame and fortune and accolades. It's the fruit of it, not the seed of it, and not the purpose for it. Okay? So as you get clear, and I'll help you do that, you'll see there is something singular about you. Now, that doesn't mean there might be a lot of things eventually you're going to do and create, but there's something that wants to emerge now. That's my invitation to you. Just listen to this again, go through this, what I just said, and start to just get clear, something singular. And I'm going to help you identify that, define and refine that, and then design a life that is congruent with that. And open up these channels so that you're circulating all the energy rather than blocking it from these wounds or these shadows, etc. Again, I hope that makes sense. I'm kind of going quick right now because I got to jump off here in a minute. But join, we're just getting started, okay? Seeker, not being funny here, but I hope Derek has enough wealth to help us both here. There are loads of us out there that need the help. I've been very lucky. Okay. I have enough. I am enough. Let's see. If there's any other questions? Okay. I'm gonna just jump through these last three. Hopefully I can get through them relatively quickly. So I'm already late for another call. This is me. I can't help but over deliver, pour into you. Zoe, go ahead. You don't have a camera on, so I can't actually pin you. If you haven't joined yet, people, what are you doing here? Just trying to get more free stuff?
Okay.
Go ahead and
Hi.
join, and you're going to open up the channels of your abundance. Hey, Zoe, go ahead. I'm listening. I'm just adjusting my screen, so I'm turning my camera.
Okay.
1 second. Go ahead, my dear.
No, yeah, no worries. I am gonna try my best to like formulate a question, although there's a lot running through my head. But I guess I feel a little bit similar to Judy in the way that like I have I feel like I already get a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, and I've already like taken a lot of really like I guess like huge risks in my life, and relied on faith, and I'm like currently I'm unemployed, so I'm just I'm making that step, and I'm spending each day just connecting with myself and trying to hear the impulses that are coming through, and trying to be there to observe the resistances, and just like you said, like letting it circulate. Like that's what I'm doing, and I'm glad I came to this call because it affirmed a lot of the things and gave words to a lot of the things that I'm kind of working on right now. I think one of the biggest things that I'm like wanting to manifest in my life, I guess, is that I want to be more, I'm a performer, I'm a dancer and a singer. I want to create theater and just play with people and do that. And I feel like a lot of my blocks in my life are relational and centered just around collaboration and feeling comfortable and safe enough with other people to like hear what wants to come out and what wants to be created.
So I understand that, having being an artist myself, and I understand that journey very much. Being a performer, I was an actor for many years. I'm a writer, I'm a singer-songwriter. I know the world of theater and performing and all of that stuff very, very intimately. I even wrote some books about that, one called There's No Business Like Soul Business. And instead of show business. But the important first thing, if you're getting it from here, is you said, I want to do this and I want to do that. So one of the first things, the principle is find, like, all of the people are like, how are you such a great speaker? And you have all these words, you weave these words, and it seems like so magical or special. Well, I started by just giving talks to my plants and to my cat in my underwear. Sorry, you're never gonna get that image out of your mind now. So I was walking around just talking to my plants, and they started to get a little bit brighter. Okay, it's working, and then my cat was like leaving the room. I'm like, what did I say? So I started by performing and talking and sharing to the wall and to the plant. And I'm still like that. My wife sometimes is like, who are you talking to? I'm like, I don't know. Was I talking? So we have to start with whatever we've got. And even if it's just you with you, write a monologue and perform it, and then put it online and start a TikTok. And maybe you're doing all these things, but I just want to be very clear. Wherever we're saying I want, that's where we start. Start to pour, start to perform, start to create. There's coffee shops, there's TikToks, there's YouTubes, and that starts the circulation. And then it doesn't mean that in the meantime, you might not have to get a job, right? I was working as a waiter, and I was feeling very ashamed because I wasn't making money as an actor, and I remember people coming into me, and I used to be an actor, but had an awakening and all this spiritual stuff, but the money wasn't coming in, so I had to get a job, and people were coming in that recognized me from movies and all this stuff, and I'm like, I was supposed to go from waiter to successful actor, not actor to waiter. But as I did that and I brought that energy to everything I did, I ultimately grew out of that job and ended up, my whole life began to unfold. I won't tell the whole story, it's in the videos that I share. But the point is, we have to pour ourselves into whatever is available, whatever pot you're planted in, fill it out until there's no more room for you, and you will be replanted in a bigger pot. Secondly, as you're doing this, be aware of what thoughts and the feelings are coming up. Well, I'm afraid they won't like it, or I can't trust, or I'm not safe. And you must take responsibility for those beliefs and do the work like a character. Because no matter what you do, if you're still in the play of I can't trust people or I'm not safe, no matter what you do, you're going to keep being that character in that story. You got to write a new story. No matter how scary it is, you got to write the story you want to star in instead of being an extra in somebody else's play. Okay? And I'm going to help you do that, or everybody do that in this program. And if you find that you can't afford this right now, there's a couple of options. One is, remember, I've been broke. I've been giving all that I had for rent to do things. I've done all the things all of you are doing or are up against the wall. I've had to ask for help. I've had to come up with little ways to sell stuff that I had, everything but my kidney, in order to invest in myself. So for you and for anybody, if you want the support, again, it's not about the money. It's not even as much about the program for some of you as it is the opportunity to prove to yourself that the story you're telling is not true, that I'm not as stuck as I think. I'm not as at the effect of conditions. I can manifest the money I need, or a job, or an opportunity, or the support, if I'm willing to move through my guilt, my shame, my fear, or whatever. That's really the problem. The problem is not that I can't, the problem is that I'm not, but I can. And if you do that, I've seen it happen so many times, people that break through that illusion and they realize, if I was telling a lie there, where else am I lying to myself? Where else am I saying I can't afford it, I don't have it, whatever? So that's my invitation. And again, whether you join or not, if you go through that process, you can have a real breakthrough. And again, at the very least, take these principles and start applying them to finding a way to pour and express and live into. Again, when I was an actor, I just started by studying, and I started by just getting together with the person that was willing to get together with me, and studying and performing and writing monologues and all of that. And I grew so much that that energy couldn't be contained. And eventually I was getting opportunities and I was starring in movies, but that came from having nothing. That came from knowing no one. That came from who do I think I am? So whether it's your acting or whatever your work is, whether it's the money, it's all the same principle. Does that make sense, Zoe? And
Yeah.
don't let the story of I'm not safe. That's just a story. There's no such world as that. But if you believe that and you design a life that supports that, you're going to keep living in a world that feels unsafe and that even gives you evidence of it. So we have to have the courage, and it is courage because it's scary. What's the world I want to live in? If I really was honest, what's the truth about the world? The bigger truth. Let me write a character from that place. Let me be that character. Let me play that part. And then how would I act in my life? Scene one, she wakes up and rolls out of bed and is, doing whatever, write that story out and then actually live it out and watch what happens. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that makes a
And
lot of sense.
meanwhile, listen to the replay, take advantage of all the free stuff as much as you want or can, as long as it's up. But it's really important for you and anybody that's still listening and is just listening, but is not going to take an action. Action is your true religion. Faith without works is dead. You have not learned anything if you don't live it. So you must find something about this that resonates that you can do and do right away, and then do another and do another, because your conversations, your calendar, your credit card and your bank account, that's telling you what you really value and believe. And if that's not changing, your life isn't going to change. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. I'm curious, like, how this program would help me to, I guess, but maybe
Help
that's just something I need to think about more
you
on
what?
my
What did you say? Curious how it would help you what?
I'm curious how this program would help me to, or yeah, like if I'm already like, yeah, I'm just curious exactly how like the support from this program would help me do things that.
Well, you said you're unemployed. It sounds like you don't have a lot of abundance. It sounds like you're holding back and not really living your dream and vision fully. How do you think it would help you? Based on everything I've been saying for 4 hours now, give me just one answer of how you think it would help you. I know I said there wouldn't be a test, but just one thing. I think are you frozen? No, you're just staring at me. Okay.
Yeah, no, I know I'm
one,
here.
After four, how about post in the chat, people? What is one or two ways this would help Zoe? Just want to see if the students have been listening here for 4 hours. She's
Yeah, I guess.
She doesn't trust life. She wants to collaborate. She wants to be expressing. She has a lot of wants, but not as much manifestation. So, what are a few ways that this might help? Just out of curiosity. And this isn't, you're in the hot seat right now, also known as the heart seat. I'm playing with you, but it's also a good thing to understand. And look in the chat and see which ones resonate for you. This is why we're doing this together, right? And there's a lot of good answers coming. Keep posting them, guys, because whatever you're posting, it's probably something you also need to take on, right? Zoe's not alone here. We all need to master these principles and practices. Sending you so much love, my dear. You're so beautiful, and I hope I get to play with you and help you just be the star of your life that you're meant to be. All right. Much love to you. Let's take a breath for Zoe. Keep looking in the chat. Keep posting those, and then let's go to Kiara. You can turn your video on, or you can just speak up if you don't have a video and ask your question.
Hi, Derek.
2 minutes more, we got to wrap this up. I keep texting people that I'm supposed to be on a call with, and I'm running very, very late. But I love being with you guys. There's nowhere I'd rather be, but I do got to jump off here in a minute. So join up fast so you can get all those bonuses, by the way, so those don't expire.
more rich now. I'm just gonna give you the link one more time.
How do I
Go
do
ahead, my dear.
it?
Hello, Derek. Can you see me?
I can see you.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, a lot of what you shared with Zoe, um, I think is like feels relevant to me. Um,
Change.
yeah. I mean, now I'm kind of flustered because I didn't know if you were gonna actually get to me. But uh yeah,
You
like
deserve
I
to be
came to
gotten to.
say that again.
So you deserve to be gotten to. You're worth waiting for.
Thank you. That actually helps. So yeah, I guess everything I could say is just summed up in I have no idea what I really should be doing here, meaning like with my life. And like after years of like trying to just push and survive and go from job to job to job to job, um, I'm at rock bottom at this point. I have a whole comment in the thing if you want to read it.
Okay.
I'm not going to bore you with the details. But yeah, I mean, I would love to join the program, but yeah, I want to take the opportunity to speak to you and to receive, you know, I guess just to be witness is,
Yeah,
yeah.
I feel you and I see you and I understand, you know. And the key is going to be now, when you're at the bottom, there's nowhere to go there from but up, right? And understand that what you're experiencing is not reality. We don't experience reality directly. We experience our story about reality, our belief about reality. And so you want to begin to identify what is that story saying. And that's what we're going to unpack more of so that, because again, we're not experiencing reality, we're experiencing our belief about it, which comes from our imprinting. And then we build our own matrix, and then we create coping mechanisms, and then we get all kinds of feedback that confirms, and then we're stuck in that. And then sometimes it has to get completely broken down and smashed and bring us to our knees. And that is actually an opportunity where it's like, well, there's no fucking point holding on to this story, right? It's like, all right. I mean, I've literally smashed it into the ground and I'm down at the bottom. So that can actually be a very powerful point to choose a new one, right? This one's not working, right? And yet there's so many gifts you've embodied. Your soul is so malleable and so available and so precious, and I can feel it. There's so much light in you. There's so much love in you. There's so much in you. And sometimes we have to get put through the rock tumbler to buff and polish us, and the spin cycle. And you've been through that. And now it's like, but now what is it in me that wants to come out? And you have to find the energy and again the courage. How do I need to begin to open out a way for that to express? I have to decide what that is, what I want, what wants to come out of me, more than just the money or the fame or the whatever. And then how would I begin to reorganize my life, even in just a little bit? It doesn't have to be big dramatic moves. To start the flow and the energy in that new direction. And however you can, get support. Don't do this alone, but make sure the support isn't going to merely feel sorry for you or commiserate with you or push you or judge you. You want support that's going to see you and hold you.
Right
And
in the middle.
yeah, right. You want support that's going to hold you accountable to the vision you say you want, not what they say you want or what you should. I want this. Cool. Let me support you in getting that. And of course, that's what we're doing here. And if you can't afford that,
no matter how hard you try, you can still and must find a way to find that and create that in your life. And everybody can if they're dedicated enough. What I'm doing here is creating the container so you don't have to work so hard to build the whole thing on your own, right? But if you try everything you can and you just can't be here, you can and you need to make that commitment to yourself. Don't give up, just like Dominic. Hold those parts of you, feel those parts of you, feel that glimmer and that flicker of what you know to be the truth about you, and define and describe your highest vision, and then write it down. And then, even if you can just do one thing today, do that. And then do another thing tomorrow. And then start to put it on your calendar, start to organize your structure, even though you might have a lot of janky things going on, so that you can start to move in the right direction. Progress is what activates joy and activates abundance. So you just need to see that you're moving, that you're making progress. Okay? Now, I will say one last thing to you and to the people here that legitimately you're going to try, and if you sincerely cannot find a way to afford even the 197, because remember, that's, oops, I lost you, but I'm still talking to you and everybody. You just make that first payment, and then we work together for the next month so that you can manifest the next one. Just $197 is all you need to start. Almost anybody can find that somewhere. But if legitimate, and don't think about, oh, the other payments, that's projecting the past into the future. Think, I'm going to get in here and do the work and grow my abundance and open up my channels of opportunity so I can make the next payment. And that's how you need to think. You don't project the past and the present and the future because you're not there. How could you be there? If you were there, you'd already be there. So you have to just be here now and invest in the now. Now, if in all of this, some of you are still like, I really, really, really want to do this, but I can't come up with it, we do have reserved a handful of scholarships. It's not completely free, but if you write an email in to support at Derek Rydall, get in, we'll get it. Support at DerekRydall.com. And you explain, not like a manifesto, just simply explain the situation. Tell us the three things or whatever it is you've tried and asked, so that we know that we're not just enabling you to not stretch and do your work. And then we'll come up with, if we can, some kind of scholarship plan so that you can be in it. Okay? Again, this is not for people that just want to just get a freebie or get a discount. You're already getting a discount. I'm already giving you literally $10,000 worth of stuff. I'm already giving you a ton of stuff for a fraction of what it usually costs out there. So if you can afford it, don't ask for a discount. Be in integrity with yourself. But if you really, really can't, then email us. Support at DerekRydall.com. SUPPORT at DerekRydall.com. But first, try some things, try hard, ask some people, stretch out of your comfort zone. Don't just shoot an email, because that's missing the point. All right? I want you to try hard. I want you to get uncomfortable. I want you to see that there's more to you. I'm not just going to help you up the stairs. You got to learn to walk them up yourself. But if you're giving it your all and you share that, and then by the time this thing is going to close, you can't do it, then we're going to do our best to help you. Okay? So I think you got the point. I think somebody just put a new hand up because there was only one more left. I'm only going to have time to do one more, and then I got to unfortunately call it a day. All right, let's go to Suzanne. Hey, my dear.
Hello. I just think I wanted to get a better sense of the energy just talking with you. And I had put out feelers and contacted a quantum healer who hasn't responded. And instead I received the link to your program, and there was a mention of healing work, and I thought I gotta ask if that's why I'm here.
Yes. And you heard me talk about I'm going to be doing the quantum healing every day during this program. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
My body kind of likes this. It's really feels good.
Your body, what would you say?
It feels good.
Yeah.
Like I get good feedback.
Yeah, you're already feeling the frequencies, that are being activated and stirred through this container, and all the work I did for all of you before I even showed up, just so you know, because quantum healing, there's no time or space. So I've been praying for you guys long before some of you even knew my name, so it doesn't matter. And I'll be doing it live, every day during the process. And yeah, and one of the things I'll invite you, if you're in it and whoever's in it, is you can post, you can share anything you want to be in the field of the healing, and goals, visions, things you want to release. You can put it in and just into the field and let this energy work on it. So, like I said, people have come in to make money and healed a lifelong kidney disease or PTSD that nothing was healing, or mental and emotional stuff, or relational stuff, as well as money and business and all those good things. So the energy of abundance and of substance, when the channels are open and more of the blocks are out of the way, it's like stem cells. It knows where to go. And I called it the substance of the stem soul. And so it's like the pure pattern of perfection that has never been diminished. The stem soul goes in and it knows where to go to, renew and to expand and to manifest more. So cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
Awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, you got it, my
Thank
dear.
you.
You're in my heart. I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So beautiful. So much light. Wow, you guys are amazing. I wish I could stay on forever, but we're gonna have a lot of time together. And there's still 166 of you sitting here. So you know what to do now. At the very least, go click on the page, fill out the form. You don't have to hit enter, but do everything you can do. And just notice what comes up for you. New thoughts, new inspirations, new ideas. Hold it on your screen. This isn't closing today forever. But by the way, I may not be doing this again for many years, because there were years when I didn't do it. I have my new book, Whole New Human, coming out in January, and that's what that year is going to be about. So this could be the last time I do this for a long time. And even if you have a schedule conflict, you'll at least get the program, and you'll get the recordings that are high frequency encoded, and you'll be in the field. And at this price, you will get more than your money back. Okay. So even if you think you can't make it to all the calls or even any of the calls, this is your chance to get all of this and have it now. And again, you're going to be in the field. So what would that be worth it to you? And you can give questions in advance. You can listen to the replays. You can go into the mastermind. You're going to be in the quantum healing field. You're going to have the step-by-step ingredients and recipe for this. So there's just so much here for you, schedule or not. I want you to understand that. So I love you all. It's such an honor to be with you here today. And I look forward to playing with you and connecting again soon, and really going on this journey of awakened wealth. And until next time, remember to live authentically, love unconditionally, and follow your destiny. Take care.